All right, folks, I would like to kick off this morning. Thank you all for being here on this spooktacular day. My name is Hillary Repick. I'm your Lowcountry branch president-elect, and I'm the operations officer for the Town of Mount Pleasant Public Services Department. On behalf of the Lowcountry branch of the South Carolina chapter of the American Public Works Association, I'd like to extend a warm welcome and thank you to each of you for attending our second annual Lowcountry Regional Public Works Training Conference. Couple of logistics for those of you that came in the front door. We have emergency exits at the back of the room, and if you're looking for the restrooms, they're in the hallway in the blue wall sections, so just in case you need to find those. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today in beautiful Bluffton, and I hope you are too. We're especially grateful to Beaufort County and the Beaufort Regional Civic Engineers Club for generously hosting this important event. Your support and hospitality make gatherings like this possible, and we truly appreciate your commitment to advancing public works in our region. I would also like to thank and recognize our conference sponsors whose contributions are making this an affordable yet impactful training and networking opportunity. Our gold sponsors, SDR, Thomas & Hutton Engineering, and Duncan and Parnell, as well as our silver sponsors, Ceres Environmental and Mattern and Craig Engineers and Surveyors, and along with our vendors in the hallway. Today is all about learning, connecting, and growing together as professionals dedicated to building and maintaining the infrastructure that supports our communities. And whether you're here to earn PDHs, to share your expertise, or to gain new insights, we hope that you leave today feeling inspired and better equipped to serve our communities and your own departments. And while we stand here today, I just wanted to kind of take a moment reflecting on what we do every day and think about our communities around the country and around the world who've been recently impacted by disasters. Alaska, Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, and elsewhere around the world. Public Works is what's going to show up and help them try to recover. So, luckily, hurricane season's not quite over, and we've been spared so far, but knock on wood. Before we dive into today's sessions, I'd like to offer a few quick reminders and information. One, mark your calendars for our upcoming South Carolina APWA State Conference, which will be held in Somerville at the Lowcountry Conference Center in Nexton, June 23rd through the 26th. Our branch is responsible for putting this conference together and hosting it, so keep an eye out for your save the dates. It's going to be another fantastic opportunity to come together as a statewide public works community. And don't forget the Backhoe Rodeo State Finals, if that's not a draw for all of you. We'll also be needing your help with this event, so whether could be a sponsor, a speaker, a moderator, we've got lots of other tasks. So please go ahead and mark your calendar now, and if your budget request is not already in to attend, make sure that your budget supervisors know that that's an important thing for you and your continuing education. If you're not currently a member of APWA, we're always welcoming new members. We've got some QR codes around for information, but our national organization and local chapters need you to help us build the future of our association and our communities. We have several communities throughout the state that are investing in their future through the APWA accreditation program. And I'm not sure if they're here, but I'd like to recognize Charleston County, who was recently reaccredited for the 4th time. The city of North Charleston, Rock Hill, and Greenville are all working on their very first accreditations. This program is a great way to show your commitment to improving the quality and standards with our state and local public works agencies. So if you'd like to know more about APWA or accreditation, we'll be having a branch meeting during lunch, and we'd be happy to answer any of your questions. Anybody here attend the YP event in Charleston at the Stingrays game? No, they must still be worn out and tired. So if you didn't know, APWA and our branch and state chapter have a young professionals group. So if you consider yourself a young professional, we have a special group just for you. So they host events, networking events throughout the year. This time they had a booth at the Stingrays game. And they have a chili cook-off in Charleston and some other things around the area. And then at our big conferences, there are special activities and sessions just for young professionals. So even if you're not a young professional, we have a social media presence. That's how I know they had a good time. We're on LinkedIn and Facebook. And so please consider following those pages and submitting any posts of your ongoing activities and work. So thanks again for being here, and thank you to Beaufort County for hosting us, and let's get on to the main event. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you our opening speaker, Mr. Michael Moore, the Beaufort County Administrator. Mr. Moore is a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy and served in the U.S. Navy for over 30 years as a naval aviator and the Navy Shore Installation Management Enterprise. His commands included Helicopter Anti-Submarine Squadron 3 and naval support activities in Suda Bay on the island of Crete in Greece. He also served as the operations officer for the forward deployed USS George Washington Carrier Strike Group in Yokosuka, Japan, and the Joint Staff at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. His final assignment was Chief of Staff at Commander Navy Region Mid-Atlantic with oversight of 14 major installations in a 20-state area of responsibility. Mr. Moore is a graduate of the U.S. Navy Test Pilot School, completing a 16-week International City-County Management Association Veterans Local Government Management Fellowship in the city of Chesapeake, Virginia, serving in that city manager's office. And we were pretty lucky. In November 2020, he came into Public Works, and he assumed responsibilities of an assistant county manager in York County, South Carolina. His responsibilities included oversight of the Public Works, Parks, and Engineering departments, as well as capital improvement projects. Additionally, he implemented policies as established by County Council and assisted the county manager and staff in preparation, review, and monitoring of county operations and budgets. His notable accomplishments at York County include the establishment of a County Parks and Recreation Department, the construction and renovation of county park facilities, including Alston Creek Park, Catawba Bend Preserve, and Ebenezer Park. He oversaw the development and adoption of park master plans for Catawba Bend Preserve, Worth Mountain, and the Bethel Lake Wylie Acquisition and Parks Preservation District. He had oversight of utility, facility, and transportation capital improvement construction projects, including the capital sales, project sales, and used transportation programs, or Pennies for Progress programs. Mr. Moore holds a master's degree in accounting and financial management from the University of Maryland, Global Campus in Adelphia, Maryland, a master's degree in aviation systems from the University of Tennessee Space Institute in Tullahoma, Tennessee, and a bachelor's degree in general engineering from the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. For us, he's bringing all of this knowledge here to the Lowcountry, and we're excited to have this in our realm and as a part of our family. So on July 1st, 2024, Mr. Moore assumed his current role as County Administrator for Beaufort County. So I invite you all to please give Mr. Moore a warm APWA welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody's having a great day. We've got good weather today, a lot of exciting events on the agenda. It is Halloween. I do feel a bit underdressed, Hillary, because I'm not quite dressed in the spirit of the season, but nonetheless, I'm happy to be here with you all, and I think this is a great lineup today. But first off, I want to thank all of you all for your service in the public works realm, whether it be engineering, roads, transportation, stormwater. I could tell you, she read all the jobs I've had, but when it's come to installations, when it's come to counties, county government, the backbone is always public works. Because anytime something happens, whether it be storms, snow, which I didn't think we'd have here in the Lowcountry, but I started last July in 2024. We had Helene, we had Debbie, and we had snow, which I wasn't expecting. Because twice when I was up in Virginia, we had they were like 2 years of 2 feet of snow. So obviously getting out, clearing parking lots, getting folks back to work, that's all Public Works team. So I applaud you all and thank you for your service. This is a great lineup today. So a few things, I would be remiss without first thanking a few folks. You'll see later today we'll have Jared Fralix, who's an assistant county administrator here at Beaufort County, over infrastructure, but his staff and his support to this event, I appreciate that, as well as I'll mention a couple folks here. We've got Brian Bauer, if you don't mind standing up, Brian. He's our director of engineering, does a fantastic job, and I appreciate his efforts as well. We've got Mark Johnson. I think there he is. Hey, Mark, thanks. We've also got Alec in the back there. He's trying to walk away, but he's our broadcasting team. And they're everywhere in the county broadcasting. They cover all our council meetings, committee meetings, all the municipalities. So thank you all for being here to support the Lowcountry branch of the South Carolina chapter of the American Public Works Association and Beaufort Regional Civil Engineers Club for their support. And of course, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors who made this all possible for today. So I just, for my information, how many folks who don't mind raising their hand are outside Beaufort County? So we got a good number of folks here. Well, for those of you, welcome to the Lowcountry. Hopefully you get to spend a little bit of quality time here. This is our second annual. I think it's a great place to have it. So a lot of good things to do out there. If you look around this county, you'll find there's infrastructure all over, whether it be the boat ramps, whether it be roads, stormwater. These are all challenges you can imagine here in the Lowcountry. Maintaining a lot of the boat ramps. We rely heavily on public works and engineering for that. Funding's always a challenge, so we work hard to figure that out. But everybody has their own challenges when it comes to funding. We work closely with the municipalities. I think we've got good working relationships with them. We've got our convenience centers out there, and I think you'll get to meet a lot of our team today, as throughout the day during the presentations. But again, I want to thank you all for being here today. Second annual event, so hopefully it'll be more successful than last year. I think last year we had a storm come in or something like that, middle of the day. Figures with me, those things tend to find me. I blame myself first, but nonetheless, with that, I think, do we have anything else, or are we going to head into the agenda at 9? Okay, any questions for me? Anything on y'all's minds you want to talk about? If not, then I'll turn it back over to Hillary. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your service to our country, to your county's commitment to public works, training, and professional development, and for opening our conference today. As we mentioned, we've got still some breakfast items in the back. We will be working on some breakout sessions today, so if you are going to attend the stormwater sections, will be here in this room. The roads section will be out in the hallway just by the front reception. There's a classroom just in front of the welcome desk. That's for your roadway section. And then we've got a second classroom on the back side, kind of near the stairs, and that's going to be for our environmental section. And then don't forget, at 10 and 2, we've got demos outside towards the soccer field. During lunch, we're going to have our local branch meeting, so you're all welcome to attend, I think, or you're forced to attend. It may be. And this is where we're going to work on the business of our branch and building our membership and our training opportunities. And we're always looking for more folks and input with our branch and chapter activities. So we look forward to having you participate in that as well. And then we'll have a keynote speaker to kick off our afternoon section. So again, the restrooms are in the hallway, and we look forward to seeing you in one of our sessions. And you are free to de-coffee. Thank you. Stormwater session. I don't know if I'm mic'd. If you're here for the stormwater session, we're going to get ready to start.
Good. All right, this is going to be the stormwater session. So if this is what you're here for the stormwater session, my name is Hunter Clements. I'm with Diamond Concrete Product, reinforced concrete pipe producer based out of Savannah. What we're going to be talking about today is reinforced concrete pipe. A little bit about a geotechnical testing firm for the area, and then moved on to pipes. A lot of the experience I have is working with heating foundation, doing a lot of the testing around installing stormwater product. So,
I'm going to switch out here. Problem with your belt pack.
okay.
Can I just steal this one? Just
Yep.
I'll come bring it back.
No, you're good. I can just stand here. Is that better? Everybody hear me? Good? Good. Okay. So, when we're talking about post-installation inspection and pre-installation inspection, this is what we're trying to avoid. Any problems that we see here? A lot of cracks, right? Something like this, do you think this can stay in the ground as it is? Right? And as we're talking about moving along different projects and different installations, this may be under a green space, right? This may be just in an easement. This may be under a road in a neighborhood. This may be under 278, right? All those different applications change how we approach the problem, right? It's going to be much more difficult to say, all right, just shut down 278 for a little bit, rip it up out the ground. I would hate to do that for all of you public works folks, of the amount of phone calls you would hear from that. So this is obviously what we're trying to avoid. A problem like this that would really occur from is extreme construction loading on a piece of pipe. Reinforced concrete pipe is a rigid product. It's designed to maintain and hold structural capacity, but it is not designed for construction loading. So what probably happened here, contractor had an off-road truck and ran over just one segment of pipe, and that's why it's been cracked to smithereens. So the takeaways for today of what we're looking for is why should we inspect, when we should inspect, how to inspect, and then the tools to do all of that, right? It's going to be really critical to know those three things. We're going to look kind of at South Carolina DOT as the guideline in a lot of ways, and a lot of national standards as well. So, anyone guess why it's important to inspect? Yeah, exactly. He said prevent future catastrophes, right? We're trying to prevent future issues that cost time and money, right? So when we're looking at buried stormwater lines, those are an asset. A lot of times, whether it's maintained by the county or city, these are assets that are paid for by the public. So we want to make sure we have a good quality product, a good quality asset that's going to last for the design life of that project. So, and when we're talking about storm drainage systems, oftentimes out of sight is out of mind. If it's under the ground, not many people care about it. If you can't see it, they don't think there's an issue. So, there are going to be kind of really four main categories of when we should be inspecting, right? First is going to be during production. Second, pre-installation, right? That's going to be as it's arriving on site during the installation process. And then finally, post-installation. So, first, during production. This is actually a photo of Diamond's facility. Question, anyone here ever been to a reinforced concrete pipe facility? Okay, a lot of people here. I would highly recommend, if you're interested, just come find me. We'd love to take you on a tour for our facility. It's maybe 35 minutes away from here. So if you've never seen it, it's a really cool process going from wet concrete to a standing pipe in about 10 to 15 minutes. It's a very fast process and extremely cool to watch that. So as a producer, there are multiple things that we have QC quality checks on in our inspection. We have a QC that maintains making sure that we meet our steel area of steel, that we have our mix designs meeting the proper strength. We run cylinder tests to make sure we're meeting our compressive strengths. We're making sure that we do what's called a 3-edge bearing test. We're going to watch a little short video of that there. This is confirming that the concrete pipe is meeting the strength requirements that has been designed by the engineer. That's one of the big benefits of reinforced concrete pipe, is that when an engineer designs it, you get a piece of paper saying DOT. So we have a lot of eyes looking at our pipe every year. A video of one 1/100th of an inch crack. When we're designing, and our structural capacity is based on how much load we can take before it forms that 1/100th of an inch crack, and then we have a deload, a maximum and an also ultimate load, a maximum capacity that we have to be able to withstand. We see that crack form, and if we meet the strength before that crack, that pipe's tested. It's good to go. We can go put it into production and send it on its way. Oftentimes, we're meeting our strengths well before, especially on our smaller diameter sizes, well before a crack forms. What we're going to see here is these guys are going to take it to ultimate load. What you're going to see is very similar to what we saw in that first initial video. You're going to see cracks forming at the invert. At the crown is where you're going to see cracking form first from inside the pipe. Then as the load continues to increase, you're going to see cracking form along the spring line on the outside. And as that load increases, that crack's going to transfer to inside the pipe. That's really important when we're talking about, if you see as well as cracks, most of the time you won't be able to see it at the invert, because normally there's at least a little bit of water or sediment in the bottom. But most of the time that means that a piece of pipe is well at or above structural capacity. So we run one of those 3-edge bearing tests for every size, every class of pipe that we produce each day. So we run one for up to 36-inch pipe, 42-inch pipe. We run one of those for every single size, every single class that we produce every day. And then we use cylinder brakes to make sure that we meet our concrete compressive strength on our other pieces of pipe. All that to say is, when you get a piece of pipe, a reinforced concrete pipe, and this is for any producer, that pipe arrives on site verified that it is strong enough for the design that you have specified. That's extremely important. The next thing, before installation, right? This is going to be as it's leaving our plant or any plant arriving to the site. There's going to be multiple points. One of the things, this question, anyone ever heard of AASHTO? Right? Mostly everyone in the room, right? Don't have to explain that. It's the American Highway Association of State Highway Transportation Officials. So this is all of the which is going to be used for the pre-installation inspection of storm drainage products for precast. So this is pipe, boxes, manholes, water related, and it's precast. AASHTO R73 can be used to inspect before it goes in the ground. The main three areas of criteria that they're going to provide guidance on are cracks and manufacturing defects. And from there, it's going to say if it's good as it is, if it needs to be repaired, and then if it needs to be rejected. And it's pretty straightforward on that criteria. You go, is it good as is? If it is good, you're done. No, go to the next section. Can it be repaired? No, has to be rejected. So, like I said, this is for not installed products. This is before inspection, before installation goes in the ground. Kind of looking at, we're going to do a high overview, kind of go through some examples. Acceptable that does not exceed the depth of the joint. This is going to be what is and isn't good. So that way, when you look at it, you can have a side-by-side comparison for that. One of the other things is a continuous crack with a width less than 0.1, right? That 1/100th of an inch is really important because that's the crack width that we're allowed to have when we run our 3-edge bearing machine, right? So if it's less than that 1/100th of an inch, then anything below that is completely okay. One of the things, what is one thing it does not specify? What do y'all see? What does it not, it gives you the width, well, what does it not give you? You motioned at it. Doesn't say your length, right? What does that mean? How long can it be? It can be the length of the entire piece of pipe. As long as it does not go through the ends. That crack does not completely go through the joint. So you can have an 0.1 inch crack that runs the entire length of the pipe. As long as it does not go through the pipe wall, it's completely fine. Then for cracks larger than 0.1, as long as it is less than 12 inches, you're fine, granted as if it does not pass through the wall, right? One of the things we're trying to prevent from happening, right, is infiltration of water and soil into that pipe. That's going to be one of the bigger pieces of damages that can happen is if you have a piece of pipe that allows water to infiltrate through, you may have potential rusting issue, right, of that steel, structural steel being degraded, especially around here. A lot of our soils are pretty corrosive. And making sure that it does not pass through the wall prevents any infiltration from coming in. All right. This is the two main questions you should be asking or three questions you should be asking when looking at cracks of pipe. Does it pass through the wall? If the answer is yes, pipe is rejectable. Anybody have a guess on how would you be able to tell if a crack passes through a wall or not? All right, look on the outside, look on the inside. We're talking about if you have a couple hundred pieces of pipe to inspect for a job, that could be an issue, right? That's a lot of pipe to climb in and out of. One of the ways that our QC, what we love it when it rains. The reason being, if it rains, the outside of the pipe gets wet. And if that water penetrates to inside through the pipe, that means there's a crack that passes through the wall. So one of the ways you can tell is after it rains, go out and inspect. If you see any wet spots on the inside, that could be a sign of a crack. You can also oftentimes take a water bottle, dump water over the top of it, and to see if it passes through the wall and wets the inside of your pipe. That's going to be the easiest way. Does it pass through the wall of the pipe? And then the second big question is how wide is it? Is it larger than 1/100th? Then you got to measure the length and go from there. One of the big things is as we're producing pipe, as manufacturers, we're allowed to place steel in either the bell end of the pipe or in the spigot end. So that's going to be kind of the male-female side of the pipe. Most producers, if not all, produce their pipe with steel in the bell end of the pipe. So what that means is your spigots are going to be your most prone area to damage. Anybody unloading pipe off a truck, you need to make sure you pick it up from the bell end of the pipe, because since there is no steel in the spigot, you take that fork, steel is a lot harder than concrete, you'll break off that spigot. Oftentimes, if people see, inspectors see a spigot broken or a piece of pipe broken, they think, oh, it's no good. That is, AASHTO R73 lays out the criteria of what can and cannot be repaired. If you ever have any questions on a project that you have, can I repair this piece of pipe? Please contact us. Especially if it's our pipe, we love to go out. We love to help you with the repairs, show you how to make the proper repairs and whatnot. So, looking at damage, the big thing is looking at if it affects the function of the pipe, right? That's going to be, is it going to change how this pipe functions? Is it going to change the service life? Everything around here, what happens if you dig 6 inches in the ground around here in some places? What's going to come up out the ground? Water, right? We have a really, really high water table here in the Lowcountry. So one of the things, all of our pipe need to be watertight. They're all gasketed pipe, therefore the application is watertight. So one of the main functions that we're looking at is keeping out water and soil. So if we have damage that goes into the sealing surface of our joint, that's going to be causes for concern, right? That's going to say, oh, I probably need to repair this some way if possible. So one of the big things when we're talking about how much damage, because it is a gasketed pipe, the criteria is the total amount of damage cannot be more than 50% of the diameter. What that means, so you have a 24-inch pipe, right? So you cannot have total amount of damage on that single end cannot be more than 12 inches, right? And then a single individual piece of damage cannot be more than 6 inches. That's what 25% of the diameter is. So that's really, really important. And one of the things that pipe does get damaged in our yard as we're transporting it back and forth, loading it on the trucks. So we have guys who all they do is patch pipe all day long, making small patches to small damages. And I like to say, like many things, that patchwork is a craft, is a trade, is a skill. So be very wary about making large patches if you've never really done it before. The reason why I say that is if you take and you make your patch kind of, you have a perfectly round piece of pipe. Our pipe can't be more than 3/8 out of round. That's our maximum tolerance. So it's really, really tight tolerances when we're talking about really large pipe. And if they take and they make that out of tolerance a 1/2 inch, what you're going to have is, if it's bowed into the pipe, you're going to have a gasket that does not seal correctly. And that's going to cause for issue. That's the reason why the requirements are so strict about individual pieces of damage. So if you have any questions, if you want for us to come out to a site, show you how to properly patch, you're going to want to wet the pipe, because concrete loves water more than anything. And so if you patch onto a dry piece of pipe, it's going to pull all the moisture out of that grout, and they're going to have a brittle piece of grout on top of it. So making sure that you wet your pipe before you put your patch material on it. You don't want to sit there and soak it down with a water bottle, but just a nice damp brush, get it damp, get the surface damp, put your patch on, let it sit and dry, and that's how to properly patch. We're going to look at some examples in a little bit. So rejection, right? The big one is, does it exceed the depth of a joint? We're going to see a picture example of that, of what that looks like. The cumulative damage, if it's more than 50%, and then single damage more than 25% of the diameter. So during the manufacturing process, believe it or not, but we sometimes make mistakes, right? We're human as well. So one of the big areas that you're going to see potential manufacturing defects, the big one's going to be inadequate cover over your steel. So those of y'all have been to a plant, you've seen it. Those forms for us, we have a Hawkeye machine, meaning that we pour our concrete, our dry concrete on the top, our dry cast material, and we vibrate it to consolidate it. So oftentimes that cage can shift inside that jacket if it's not properly spaced in there. And we're required to maintain a 1-inch cover over our steel at all times. The reason being is we want to prevent any type of corrosion that's going to happen. So if you don't have enough cover over your steel, you can have corrosion, therefore your structural integrity of your product will be degraded. So Making sure you have enough concrete cover. Honeycombing, that's going to be oftentimes from your water content in your cement, in your concrete. It's a little bit too high. Since we're vibrating, water likes to travel to the path of least resistance. So if you vibrate too much, it'll oftentimes, your cement slurry mix, so your water and cement, will actually bleed out of your pipe, and it'll look like little pieces, as it describes it, honeycombing. You'll see kind of areas that doesn't look like it's completely filled in. So that's going to be an area of potential issue as well. And then slab offs. That oftentimes comes from the concrete not completely adhering and binding together around that steel cage, and you'll see it sometimes. For us, we've seen it when we've tried new mix designs on pipe, where it's completely fallen off and delaminated around the cage. So, and then again with the slab offs as well, you kind of have the single area and 10% of the area as well. One of the things that is very nice about this AASHTO R73 document is that it gives you everything that you need to know as far as measurements and areas. So you don't have to know, oh, what is the surface area of a 42-inch, 8-foot long piece of pipe. It'll give you the exact area of how much is allowable versus how much is not. So you don't have to do any math, just a tape measure will be good enough for there. So we're gonna look at some examples now of, do you think the damage that you see is acceptable? Does it need to be repaired, or does it have to be rejected? So, first one, what do we think? No good. I'm a contractor. I don't want to get rid of that piece of pipe, right? Why do you think it's no good? Mm-hmm. Yep. Everybody hear what he said? Any other guesses? That's really good. Do y'all think it's good? Does it need to be repaired or rejected? Potentially. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep, so one of the big things here, just because I can see the type of joint right here, so this is going to be for a gasketed pipe, meaning that we're looking at 25% of the diameter for single damage. But the big thing is this right here, from this edge to the end of the pipe, is what is our joint. So you can see here, from here to here is our joint. So we have damage that exceeds the depth of the joint, meaning that you're never going to get a good seal on that piece of product. And you can actually see right here a little bit of steel being exposed. If we ever have exposed structural steel on a piece of pipe, it is no good. That being said, the steel that is in the bell of the pipe is not considered structural steel. When designers are doing their designs, they're looking at, and if y'all saw on that 3-edge bearing machine, they do not test the bell of the pipe. During installation, you actually should be digging bell holes to allow that bell to float freely, and that way all of the load on your bedding and your backfill material is on the barrel of the pipe alone. You should be digging bell holes to make sure that bell doesn't sit in that, on your bedding, lopsided, right? So we see structural steel goes to the depth of the joint. This pipe is obviously no good, right? Those are going to be the big things. Does it go through the depth of the joint? Yes, no good. Now, what could you do with this piece of pipe? Everybody here? Right? We're going to take and cut that piece of pipe, and that's what's going to be the pipe that penetrates the inside of a box or a structure. That's a really good use for a piece of pipe that gets damaged. Obviously, this should never get shipped to you. If it does, absolutely send it back immediately. But if this damage happens on site, that's a good use of a piece of pipe. This also could be the end of a pipe that's going maybe on a driveway, right? You could use that. It's not going to have to maintain a seal. The end of a pipe on a run. If it obviously is connecting into a structure, you need to cut it and use it as that, right? One of the things as a producer that really bothers me about this photo is, as y'all can tell, this is in a producer's yard. It's been stockpiled up. And what do you see right here? QC stamps. How much would you want to bet on the other side of that piece of pipe there's a QC stamp saying it's good to go, right? What happens, oftentimes QC stamps the bell into the pipe. They'll walk on one side, the bell looks good, stamp, 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 good to go. Walk on the other side, stamp, stamp, stamp. This right here should have never remained on the stack. Immediately should have been taken off and set aside. We have a boneyard that we call it our boneyard, and we allow farmers within Effingham County to come pick up the pipe for free. So it's a way for us to maintain recyclability of our products and give it away for products that we could not sell otherwise, right? So to get a use out of it for farmers to get their equipment crossing ditches and whatnot. So obviously this piece of pipe is no good, has to be rejected. What do we think about this right here? Good, repair, or reject? So, good. As a producer, I can sell you another piece of pipe. I have no problem with that. Normally, I get a laugh out of that. Okay. So, this absolutely is good as it is, right? The reason being is it does not affect the function of the joint. It's kind of hard to see on this, but your joint is going to be from where it butts up against the barrel of the pipe all the way out to this chamfered edge. That chamfered edge is actually where that gasket's going to start compressing and start forming your seal. So this damage actually doesn't go into that chamfered edge, therefore it should not affect the function of your joint. Now, obviously something like this, as a producer, I want to patch that up to have the product looking as best as possible as it arrives on site. One of the big things when doing post-installation inspection, have everybody ever seen a post-installation inspection video before? Okay, you have. We'll look at some examples. Oftentimes, you can see water infiltration will be coming through at one spot of the joint. What possibly could have happened, and what often happens, is you had damage on your piece of pipe, and that damage tore that gasket or ripped that gasket just slightly enough to where you can have infiltration at that one spot. So if this damage kind of came into that chamfered edge, I would say absolutely needs to be repaired. But as it is right now, it's completely fine. One of the things I like to point out is it's a little hard to see here. Do you see the difference in the color of the material between here and here? This piece of pipe's already been patched before. You can see the patch material here, and what probably didn't happen is it probably did not moisten or wet their concrete before they applied that patch. So that patch material, that concrete, pulled all of the moisture out of that patch, and now you're left with a dry, brittle piece of grout on there. And then as the truck's riding, bouncing, that patch pops off because it's not adhered to that piece of concrete. So really, really important to do proper patching. What do we think about this right here? Pretty close. No good. Shaking head shakes no. Does it need to be rejected? Right? This absolutely can be repaired. The reason being is this actually let's say it's less than 25% of the diameter. Let's say this is a 24-inch piece of pipe and it's only 4 inches long, right? So does not exceed that single 25%. It does not go through the whole joint. That's one of the big things you're looking at is does the depth of damage go through the joint of the pipe? The joint depth would end right here. So this can absolutely be repaired. How would you go about repairing it? We've talked about wetting it. One of the big things you're going to want to do is I personally would take a screwdriver or something and chip out underneath that steel. Why would I want to do that? Right? I want that grout mixture to get underneath that steel and get a good bond behind that steel. It's going to help prevent that grout from ever wanting to pop off later on. After I've done all my chipping and my chip behind that steel, if you want to, you can take and put an epoxy coating on the steel. Absolutely not necessary, but if it's a way if you wanted to go above and beyond, you can. Then I'm going to take a brush, dry off brush off any loose material, because since I've chipped away material, dampen it, and then put my grout on there from there. So this absolutely can be repaired. So this is kind of hard to see, but there's a crack that runs right through here. It's less than 1/100th of an inch, and it does not go through the wall, right? That's going to be the first question. Does it go through the wall? If the answer is yes, anywhere, the pipe is no good, right? If you can visibly see if it goes through the wall, it is no good, period. So this crack, as it is completely fine. So here we see an example of inadequate cover over our steel. You can see the steel being exposed there. Obviously, something like this, if we ever see steel in the barrel of the pipe, it is no good no matter what. This wouldn't even want to use this going into a structure. This pipe, it has to be completely thrown away. It is no good. So, any questions on the pre-installation AASHTO R73? If you would like a copy of AASHTO R73, we have cards right out here outside the table. I have some. Contact me. If AASHTO asks you where you got it, it wasn't from me. Okay? So, but if you would like a copy of that document for inspection, get with me and I can get it to you. So, next is going to be during installation, right? That's obviously one of the big ones as inspectors. Previously, that's what I did, was inspection during the installation process. So, the main one is, do you have a wide enough trench to get your compaction equipment in on both sides of the piece of pipe? Is your foundation stable? Can you walk on it and it not move, right? Especially around here. Is it dewatered? Is there water sitting in the bottom of the foundation? That could lead to potential settlement and sagging issues. Do you have adequate bedding? South Carolina DOT says 3 to 6 inches of bedding material. 3 is most of the time plenty as it is. Do you have proper joint installation? Does it require, where you're at, does the county or city require filter fabric around it? Are you making sure that your gaskets aren't torn or damaged? Is your pipe repaired? Structural backfill and compaction testing for a reinforced concrete pipe, making sure your structural backfill goes up to the spring line. You want a good, nice material for your structural backfill, because that's what's going to help support that piece of pipe. And then finally, your final backfill, making sure that anything for your final backfill is what's going to be holding up what's above it, right? So if it's underneath the road, making sure your final backfill is tested and compacted properly to make sure you don't have potholes, right? We've all been driving on a road before, and you can see the clear crossing in the road where it's settled and dipped down for maybe a water crossing or a utility crossing, right? We've all seen those small little divots in the road that stretch the entire length. That's because the final backfill was soft as it went in. And these are going to be areas, if you don't make sure, you're going to have issues, right? You're going to see potholes. Worst case scenario, you're going to have sinkholes. Soil migrating into the pipe, causing issues there. So here are just some highlights of what you can see issues-wise, right? There are different strengths and weaknesses for all stormwater pipe products, from rigid as reinforced concrete or flexible for HDPE or CMP or HP Storm. All those have different pros and cons for them. So some of the issues you're going to see with concrete pipes is cracks, spalling, damages, chips on it in the joints. Flexible pipe, the big thing that you need to be checking for, and we'll talk about it, is over deflection. You can also see cracks and dents in the piece of pipe, as well as tears and punctures. And then all joints, or all pipe products, the joints are really, really important for all. If there is a self-admitted Achilles heel of reinforced concrete pipe, it is going to be our joints. It's where I do, I probably have over 250 hours of post-installation inspection, watching videos and looking at the problems. Probably 85%, 90% is something to do with the joint. So that is our Achilles heel. So here are some picture examples. You can see the offset right there, where that piece of pipe is actually settled and sagged. Here, right here. What do y'all think caused that damage right there? I see something like this. This is caused from contractors laid the pipe down. All of a sudden it's 1/10 high. Needs to get it down an extra tenth, so they take that bucket and they pop it real quick on the top, push it down. This is caused from point loading on a piece of pipe. So they'll take it, push it down, and then you'll have damage that looks like that. And then cracking and whatnot, all of that obviously is things that we want to avoid. And all of that during installation using SCDOT or local county specs, city specs, to make sure that you're getting the adequate compaction amount, doing proper lifts, everything that needs to be done according to the standards and codes of the specifications where you are. All right. This is one of the most important slides of the day. Of all the issues that can happen is if you start right on the project, right, you have a good quality product that's been tested up front, it arrives on site, it's been inspected all through installation, has been inspected, maintained, whether it be from a third-party inspector or just from the foreman on the job, making sure everything's done right. If you start right and you continue doing that throughout the course of the project, it's going to have a good, solid asset in the end, right? We're going to have no issues going on, and it's going to be something that is maintainable for decades. If not, you're going to have issues, right? So, finally, post-installation inspection. Now, I promise you these videos of the storm drain pipe are as exhilarating as they sound. Watching hours and hours of just a camera creeping and crawling through, painting the joint and whatnot. So, but this is something that has ramped up in the recent years as CCTV camera equipment has gotten much cheaper. A lot more county and city and state municipalities are requiring CCTV inspection. Oftentimes it shows the ugliest part of the pipe, right? So that process is extremely important, because if we have, let's say we have a contractor that has some damage like this. All right, I've given this presentation in front of contractors, and their first response is, oh, that piece of pipe is fine, we'll just put the damage at the top and it'll be no issue, right? Let's say that contractor does that and installs it, and then I see on my post-installation inspection videos this damage right here. As we talked about earlier, where that pipe is located determines how we go about remediating this. Something like this, if it's in a green space, oftentimes it could be fine. Something like this, I would probably repair it. I recommend a repair. You may be able to simply dig it up, put some a sealing wrap, put a collar around it, and it's good to go. But if this is under 278, right, there's no such thing as digging it up. So how are you going to address the issue for repair that potentially may take days, weeks of disruption? All of that could have been avoided and fixed if the contractor would have patched the pipe. Would have taken them 15, 20 minutes to patch, let it sit for a couple hours and cure up and be good to go, right? What now, 15 minutes of work is now going to cost them days, if not weeks, right? So this is what we're trying to avoid with the pre-installation inspection combined with post-installation inspection. So looking at SCDOT, M714 is the code for pipe culverts. So this is when should you do your post-installation inspection. They say after 30 days, once you reach your base course material under for a culvert going under a road. Why would we want to wait until we're all the way at the top of our backfill, all the way at the top of our base? Right, that's going to be once we have all of our soil, all of our loading applied to the top of the pipe. That extra asphalt's not going to have that much extra weight on top of it. So we want to make sure 30 days as well gives enough time for settlement to occur, right? You're going to have a lot of that settlement start initially, and then after 30 days it may continue to settle, but most of your settlement will be done in the first 30 days. But SCDOT, in the construction world, 30 days is an eternity, right? So if a contractor has base sitting open, GAB or whatnot, and they're waiting 30 days for their installation inspection, they're going to have to do a lot to maintain that base course material. So SCDOT does allow early inspection with approval of the EOR. So looking at some tools. So we're going to be really you don't really see a lot of the manhole, the man entry for inspection. You see it on pipes larger than 30 inches. But oftentimes you're going to see the CCTV camera inspection. I've crawled in pipes myself. The owner of Diamond has crawled in a lot of pipes himself. So we have no problem going out and crawling in. If you see some damage, need us to come look at it, we have no problem with that. But most of the time you're going to see some CCTV camera inspections. So on those remote inspection cameras, they're going to have a laser micrometer. What that's going to do is allow them to make measurements. We're going to see an example of how that system is calibrated when they make their measurements. Then you're going to have, to measure deflection testing, you're going to have a laser mounted sled. It's called a deflectometer. So they're going to take it, and we're going to look at a video example of, they'll go forward to the end of the line, they'll attach that sled, and they'll pull it backwards through the line. So here is an example of measuring a joint. During the actual videos, it goes much, much faster than this. As you can see, or you can't really see, this video, 2012, so a much older camera system. Oftentimes, it only takes some seconds to get a measurement now. But you can see the cursor moving over and up. These red laser dots are calibrated, and that camera measures each pixel that cursor moves over and up. So that way it knows how many pixels are exactly in between those two lasers, and then it can give you a measurement based on pixels. And you'll see some of the older equipment you had to take, and then from there move your cursor over to measure the pixels. All of that happens in seconds now. So it's a much, much faster process. The only harp I have on this, you can see he starts his measurement out here on the side. The actual joint gap is it's not on the spalled edge, it's much tighter in between. But it's about a ½ inch gap. That's very good. If we can, SCDOT says ½ inch and below is perfect. From a manufacturer side, 1 inch and below should be good. But follow SCDOT since you're in South Carolina. Here are going to be some examples of damage that you can see inside of a reinforced concrete pipe. Right here is major spalling, major damage. This looks like shearing of pipe, torsional shearing from way overloading. Hanging gasket, right? That's going to be something that oftentimes what happens is the contractor doing as they're supposed to. If the pipe's not on grade when they line their pipe up, they're supposed to pull the pipe out, adjust their grade, and then rehome the pipe up. What can happen is doesn't quite home up all the way, doesn't quite connect together, so they pull it out, kind of shift it around, push it back in, and that gasket rolls during that process of pulling it out, and then just push it back in together. Something like this is going to cause issues in our area, because if we're having watertight joints, this obviously is not going to be watertight. So here you see some major settlement, right? This is actually the barrel of the other piece of pipe, and you have probably a broken spigot on this adjoining piece of pipe. So the pipe had soft foundation, and it completely settled and shifted and broke off the other piece of pipe. This obviously cannot stay as it is. And here, finally, an example of what we saw earlier of damage that causes issues, right? If we ever see gasket exposed, that can lead for a big issue. The reason being is it doesn't have a tight sealing surface to sit against, and therefore, as water infiltrates in and has high pour water pressure, pushes that gasket in, it can cause where you can have a leak right there. So anytime gasket is exposed, it's going to take a closer look at evaluation. So here is going to be an example of, this is actually HDPE, so this is plastic. This is, I know it kind of looks like CMP, it looks like metal. What you're actually seeing is called corrugation growth. It's as those ridges on the outside of the pipe get backfilled and compacted, it actually pushes those ridges in. For any designers in the room, I always like to say that definitely affects your Manning's value. So here you can see the sled was attached. A little bit of deflection. You can see it elongated right here as the sides come in. Right, you can see it's definitely out around. As we were going through the pipe on that first camera through, it didn't really look that out around, right? It looked pretty round for the most part. That's why the laser sled is so important. Oftentimes, you'll hear people say, all you need to do to inspect smaller diameter flexible products is to bore sight it. So that's saying, get on one end, kind of shine a flashlight through. Does it look good? Yeah, it looks good. Move on to the next, right? Obviously, a lot of the deflection that you can see with your naked eye is going to be on smaller diameter. You're not going to be able to see it as much. So this pipe actually had around 12% deflection. So anyone know what this is right here? Anybody seen one of these before? It's an old school way of doing deflection testing, right? This is called a mandrel. It's up here in the top right. It's 9 fins. Those 9 fins are calibrated to 5% smaller than the inside diameter of the pipe. Contractor will take it. They're supposed to set up a system like this where they pull it through on a nice straight plane. Oftentimes what happens, they attach a parachute to the front end, they pressurize the pipe behind it, and they pull it through. Or they'll hook it up to their truck and then drive forward and pull it through that way. So this is simply a go, no-go check. Is the pipe deflected more than 5%? That mandrel will actually get stuck if it's more than 5% deflection. So it does not give you an inspection of the joints, does not give you further details of what the problem is. It just says, is it less than 5%? Yes, good. So not really, I would not personally recommend doing that. Having the camera inspection, having the deflectometer measurement give you exact deflection measurement. Installation, evaluation tools, there's going to be really 3 main categories. Is going to be your AASHTO standards for concrete pipe. That's going to be section 30. For flexible products, for HDPE, it's section 28 within their bridge design inspection. DOT, South Carolina, it's going to be M714. And then what I use for all of my post installation inspection is going to be ASTM C1840. So looking at SCDOT, what do they say is acceptable for, what are we looking for within reinforced concrete pipe? So you're looking for, as they said, they want joints tighter than 1/2 inch. Like I said, 1 inch joint is going to be fine. You're still going to maintain a good sealing surface, but SCDOT requires evaluation for stuff larger than 1/2 inch. Efflorescence, that's going to be what looks like almost like a white marker on the inside of the pipe. Any type of coloring, discoloration, rust stains, spalling, little chips, and then cracks larger than 1/100th of an inch. All right, these are the things, the criteria that SCDOT says if you see this, you're going to have someone evaluate it. So if it's oftentimes what in our experience, so SCDOT is going to be only for SCDOT roads, but what we see is a lot of city and county municipal specs say, hey, we follow SCDOT. Now, how exact they follow it varies county by county, but if they say they follow SCDOT inspection, this would technically be included in that. Good question. All right, when we look at flexible products, HDPE, one of the big things they're going to look out for, right? The big thing is deflection. The reason why deflection is so important to inspect is because that actually is what verifies the structural integrity of your pipe for flexible pipe. Funny enough, the way AASHTO looks at pipe, they view it as an underground bridge. Think about it. It has water go underneath it, and then it has to have a structure that holds up the road above it. It's the exact same thing as a bridge, right? So imagine if you had to cross a bridge that moved 7.5% more than it should, right? It's kind of scary thinking about it. That's why SCDOT says anything that exceeds 7.5% deflection has to come out and get replaced at the contractor's cost. So they have SCDOT has very, very strict requirements when it comes to flexible product and deflection. Looking at ASTM C1840, the real 3 main criteria that it's going to give is for your cracks, any type of staining, efflorescence, your joints, are going to be your 3 main areas, and infiltration are going to be your 4 areas that this criteria is going to lay out. And it's going to say, does it not require remediation? Is it good as it is? Does it require further engineer evaluation? And finally, does it require immediate remediation, right? Those are going to be, it lays out category by category, and it goes through each example. It has photos. It's a really, really good document. One of the things I do for Diamond, like I said, is I do all of our post-installation inspection review. Contractors or cities will send us pipe videos to be reviewed. If you ever need any or have any questions for post-installation inspection videos, is it good, is it bad? I have no problem absolutely reviewing that and giving you a hand and a recommendation from a manufacturer's point of view of how can you go about, right? Being able to point out the problem is easy. It's how do you go about fixing it? That's the real question. So this is the document that I use for all of my post-installation inspections, combined with, if it's a DOT job, adding DOT on as well. Any questions? Yeah, so plastic has their own post-installation inspection. Mainly the things you're looking at is deflection is going to be the big one. Does it have deflection? Where you're going to see application-wise, I could very easily bash plastic, but I think both products have their purposes and functions, right? If you're looking for, SCDOT is great in this. When they look for something that is durable and resilient, especially when we're talking about major storm events, they require, SCDOT requires any evacuation road, whether it's in some small town county, they require concrete underneath the road. If it's an evacuation route, if it absolutely is critical, they require concrete. And I think that speaks to the durability and the resiliency of reinforced concrete pipe. Oftentimes you'll see private developers go and they want to try to save some money because stick for stick cost, plastic is going to be cheaper than concrete. But when it comes to if it's not installed correctly, if it has more than that 7.5% deflection, you can start seeing some issues where you see sinkholes, cave-ins, potholes in the road. If you've ever been driving in a neighborhood and you can see exactly where the inlets are, you can see dips in the road, potholes around it. There's issues probably because of the storm drainage product. Does that answer kind of the applications for both? Good question. Any other questions? All right, thank y'all. If you have anything, like I said, I have absolutely no problem helping you out with any questions you have on specific projects. Feel free to grab me. We have a booth right outside, so we'll be out there and help you in any way possible. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Guys, our next session will be at 10 a.m. So you have a quick break if you need. The restrooms are at the blue wall area in the hallway. The road section is going to be in the room just in front of the check-in table, and the environmental section will be in the room on this way. And then we've got vendors in the hallway, and the drone activity will be at 10 out on the sports field.
How's everybody doing? Happy Halloween. It's 10:02 by my clock, so I'm going to go ahead and get started if that's all right. Keep this show moving along. So in case anybody was wondering about my costume, I am Ada Twist, scientist. It's a kids book series encouraging women in STEM, and there's a little girl who's very loud and messy, and most people think that she's weird and strange, but her mom tells her, that's okay, Ada, you're just a scientist. So that's what I want to be when I grow up, Ada Twist, scientist. So, on to our presentation. This morning we're going to be telling you about our Arthur Horn Wetlands Restoration project, and we're very excited about this one. We all have things that we love to do in our job, and we all have things that we don't love. This is one of the things that I absolutely love to do about my job. So let's start off with some wetlands at work. What do wetlands do for us? So I put 7 specific functions that they fulfill for us in the stormwater world, one of them being runoff volume reduction and flood abatement. So wetlands store rainfall and stormwater. It slows the movement of water across the landscape and reduces peak flows and flood risk. More specifically, small basin wetlands in the Carolinas are shown to reduce stormwater runoff more efficiently than many other land cover types. The next function is sediment trapping and erosion control. As water flows into wetlands, it slows down and allows sediments to settle out rather than being transported downstream. Wetland vegetation and soils help stabilize shorelines and stream banks, reducing erosion, especially in the tidal and coastal zones. Pollutant removal and water quality improvement. Wetlands act as natural filters. They can remove or transform nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. They can trap heavy metals. They break down organic contaminants and bacteria through vegetation and microbial processes, and soil and peat filtering. In Beaufort County, wetlands draining to tidal creeks are noted for their ability to trap pollutants from stormwater runoff and therefore improve water quality entering creeks and sounds. Also, wetlands recharge our groundwater and provide hydrologic buffering. Wetlands allow infiltration and the slow release of water, which helps recharge groundwater, maintain base flow in streams, moderate drought impacts, and moderate runoff volumes. In the county's comprehensive plan, freshwater wetlands are noted as natural stormwater drainage systems and are integral to groundwater and quality protection. Wetlands also provide shoreline and coastal protection, which is especially relevant in the Lowcountry. In coastal counties like Beaufort, wetlands buffer from storm surge, absorb wave energy, trap sediments, and slow water, protecting inland areas from flooding and erosion. They also provide buffer zones between developed upland areas and sensitive estuarine creek systems, therefore reducing harmful upland runoff. Wetlands also support biological integrity and ecosystem services that tie into water qualities. So a healthy wetland maintains an aquatic habitat, supports biodiversity, and therefore helps maintain the functioning of aquatic systems. Because the county expects development, unfortunately, and consequently increased impervious surfaces, wetlands serve as part of the natural infrastructure that offsets those impacts. Wetlands can also function as a cost-effective green infrastructure alternative. Using wetlands can often be more cost-effective than building large engineered stormwater treatment systems. The county's watershed management plan highlights retrofitting wetlands rather than wholly building detention ponds as a strategy. So let's bring it to a local level and talk about our wetlands. This is a picture of Beaufort County. All of the inland blue, light and dark, are wetlands. About 51% of our county is water, which makes it very important to us. The county's comprehensive plan indicated about 34,000 acres of freshwater wetlands, comprising approximately 50% of land area. At the state level, South Carolina is estimated to have somewhere between 4.5 and 4.6 million acres of wetlands, which is roughly 25% of the state's land area. The state has lost about 27% of its historic wetlands since the mid-1700s. In the watershed of the May River plan, it states that there's about 513 acres of wetlands that were lost between 2001 and 2021. Because of our low elevation, our coastal location, and the abundance of tidal water, Beaufort County's wetlands are especially important for flood mitigation, storm surge buffering, sediment and nutrient filtration, and as a habitat for fish and shellfish. With more than half of our area being open water and marsh estuary, development, infrastructure, and land use planning must account for constraints like flooding, sea level rise, marsh migration, and ecological sensitivity. Conservation banking, land preservation efforts, zoning, and wetland mitigation programs are therefore critical in Beaufort County for maintaining ecosystem function and resilience in the region. Now that I've told you all of the functions and good things about wetlands, let's talk about the Sackett versus EPA decision. So the Supreme Court's decision in Sackett versus EPA restricted the EPA's ability to regulate wetlands, holding that only wetlands with a direct, continuous surface connection to navigable waters fall under federal jurisdiction. This ruling significantly limits federal protection for many wetlands and small waterways. It effectively overturns the broader significant nexus test that was used in earlier cases. What is the significant nexus test? Well, that was a legal standard that was used to determine if a wetland or another water body falls under the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act. It assesses whether a water body alone or with similarly situated waters in the region has a significant effect on the chemical, physical, or biological integrity of a traditional navigable water. States now have more control over wetland regulation, and the EPA must apply a narrower definition of WOTUS, which hasn't been defined as of yet. If you're watching in the news, they go back and forth. So what can we do? Let's talk about our Beaufort County Wetlands Ordinance. So we do have a current wetlands ordinance, and I'll go through some of the specifics of that, but we're also looking in response to the Sackett decision at restricting our local wetlands ordinance to make sure that those wetlands that are now exposed are protected locally. So our ordinance recognizes that local government plays a vital role in protecting wetlands, especially non-tidal or isolated wetlands, for which now federal and state protections may be weaker. It sets rules for the alteration of wetlands in the county, and it applies particularly to non-tidal freshwater wetlands, though there are also references to high-quality wetlands and bird rookeries. Some of the key requirements in our current wetlands ordinance is a limit on disturbance. For non-tidal wetlands under the ordinance, only limited fill or disturbance is allowed. In one description, less than 10% is disturbed. A broader description is fill for non-tidal wetlands less than 1 acre in size is permitted and requires mitigation. There's also a restriction for setbacks and buffers around these wetlands. The current ordinance establishes setbacks from 20 to 50 feet depending on the type of development. The buffer may be greater in high-value wetlands areas considered like bird rookeries and other great biological assets. For wetland quality and special protections, the regulations grant an extra protection to these high-quality wetlands or those that contain bird rookeries. Developers must first attempt to avoid wetlands altogether or only alter the wetland if it is low or moderate value based on an evaluation sheet, and then they must show minimization and apply mitigation. Some of the mitigation requirements, if wetland alteration is approved, the ordinance suggests that it should be as a last resort, and there's a fee in lieu program that may be available when on-site mitigation is not possible. So let's talk about administration and enforcement of this manual. Wetland impacts require a permit or approval process before alteration begins. If work occurs without compliance, regulatory consequences apply. The ordinance is built in context of the state law. The South Carolina Coastal Tidelands and Wetlands Act gives state-level protections in coastal counties, including Beaufort. What does this mean for landowners and developers? I'll tell you, they don't like it. If you're proposing to develop land in Beaufort County and there are wetlands on site, particularly non-tidal freshwater wetlands, you'll need to check, number one, whether the wetland is considered high quality or contains special ecological features. Number two, the extent of disturbance proposed. The ordinance limits disturbance to a small percentage or less than 10% of the area. Required buffer setbacks from the wetland boundary 20 to 50 feet, depending on your type of development. Mitigation requirements if alteration is allowed. So you'll have to restore or replace wetland area or pay a fee if on-site mitigation is not feasible. The need to avoid wetlands during site design if possible. That one's one of those vague statements that is kind of difficult to enforce, but they do have to show maximum extent possible, practicable. The last one is that local wetlands designations can affect what is buildable, so wetland delineation is key in the early stages of the project. Although county ordinance helps fill the gap where federal or state jurisdictions may be weaker, such wetlands are often less protected overall, which is why we're looking into revamping our wetlands ordinance to make sure it's as strict as possible. So let's talk a little bit about our project. Sorry, I got lost in my notes here. This is our general project location. As you can see, our Huck 10 is outlined. It's on the feeds into the Port Royal Sound. It's way down here in South Carolina, and then if you look at the more specific map, we're the little red star. This is a 17-acre wetland that has traditionally functioned as a stormwater wetlands. And if you can see on the left side, in 2015, it was a very healthy wetland. Down towards the right corner, you can kind of see an island that comes out into the wetland. This is where traditionally they had a boardwalk in place. The community loved to take walks to go out into nature. This is literally in backyards. It's surrounded by an all-residential neighborhood. So then if you look on the right side, this is post-Hurricane Matthew, and a visual from 2025 where you can see that it was just decimated in Hurricane Matthew. The trees got knocked down, they haven't been removed, and it's just basically one big clog. So at the bottom right of your screen, the water flows from bottom right to top left. The water can no longer make it through its traditional route, so now it's flooding out the surrounding backyards. We've had no structural damage thus far, but it only takes one large event, as you all know. So this project has kind of been on the county scope for a while. It ties into a larger watershed water quality project that uses parks to try to help stormwater mitigation. For this project, we want it to be a multifunctional wetlands restoration. So we could just go in and do the work necessary to return flow and leave it at that. I'm not known for doing simple things or not hard things, so I wanted to make this a multifaceted project. We want to, of course, restore stormwater function. That's our first goal. We also wanted to restore a community amenity, being that people in this neighborhood have historically been able to access this. They also asked us if we could take that into account for our project. And we definitely want to get people out into the wetlands. I think that it's a viable learning experience. We also wanted to create native flora and fauna habitat as much as we can. So this is our kind of proposed plan. So it's the same wetlands, but we want to kind of split it in half. The bottom left half holds a lot more water than the top right half does. So we're thinking about turning it into a wet pond to offer water storage. Also a habitat. We have a bird rookery in Port Royal in Cypress Wetlands, and it's a gorgeous stormwater function that also gives biological and ecological function. So we were thinking about trying to design this thoughtfully to encourage birds and ducks and different kinds of wildlife to come and have habitat here. The light tan line is a proposed boardwalk. So once again, going back to the community amenity and getting the community back out into nature, we want them to be able to access most of the park as much as we can. With this, the boardwalk also provides less impact to the wetlands as compared to maybe a walking trail or something like that. So we're trying to not only think thoughtfully about stewardship, but as well as permitting. So we want to disturb the wetlands as minimally as possible. How many people have heard of the Envision program or getting a project certified as verified as an Envision project? Okay. Well, the Envision is a project certification that comes from the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure, and that's a group that was started mainly by ASCE and APWA. So the Envision framework is an effective project planning and design tool. Their independent third-party project verification and awards program sets out a transparent process to confirm that a project meets the sustainability criteria in the Envision framework. So Envision verification of a project helps to instill community confidence that the project addresses their needs and concerns. So once again, taking in that community input. It also instills ratepayers or taxpayer confidence that their money is being spent in their best interest. So this project is, we have a stormwater utility fund, and every citizen in Beaufort County pays into that fund, and so we want to be mindful that we are being appropriate stewards of that money, and that's part of this process. It's a third party coming in and saying that we took into account that we want to be thoughtful of how we spend money. It also demonstrates the sustainable achievements of the project and recognizes and considers noteworthy by an independent, internationally recognized system. We can tout our projects all day long, but it helps when a third-party verification comes in. The citizens feel much better that way. It also motivates our project team to collaborate and achieve better outcomes. It provides an objective measure of sustainable performance and draws attention to the good work being undertaken. I'm going to hand it over to Jacob at this time to go over a project timeline.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm not dressed nearly as fun as Taylor is over here. But I'm going to start by talking about the project timeline. So we posted the RFQ for Arthur Horn in late May. After that, we held what's called a pre-qualification meeting, and we actually had over 40 firms attend that meeting. And then from those 40, we received 10 RFQ responses. Once we received those 10 responses, we had to read and score all of said responses. And then we interviewed the top 3 firms out of those 10, and that started in mid-August and ended in early September. Once the interviews were conducted, we had to score those 3 firms again based on the interviews that we held, and Black & Veatch was actually chosen as the firm for the job. They're currently in negotiations with our procurement department to establish a scope and fee. Our next steps will be contract issuance, data collection, modeling, design plans, and permitting, which can take quite some time. Next, we're going to talk about project coordination. As the project manager, I will be the one talking with Black & Veatch more than anybody with the county, kind of acting as our liaison. But we have lots of big ideas for Arthur Horn. We're going to be coordinating with the town of Port Royal and the city of Beaufort due to the proximity of the jurisdictions, because as we said, this place kind of lies in the middle of a neighborhood, and it kind of touches everybody. But it's not only the proximity that we want to get these people involved. Being such a big project and a community amenity that we want everybody to enjoy, we want to get everybody involved that we can, especially our neighboring municipalities. We're also going to try to connect Arthur Horn to the Spanish Moss Trail, and to make that happen, we're going to need all the help that we can get. Other potential partners that aren't quite set in stone, we're looking at the Native Plant Society, the National Audubon Society, and Taylor's big idea is Ducks Unlimited, but we'll see about that. Next, we're going to go over community engagement. community engagement is very important, especially in a project like this that is actually going to affect the community as a whole. Like we said, again, this is kind of located dead center in a neighborhood in Port Royal. So with that said, we want to get all of the input that we can from all the residents. Now, we can't give each individual exactly what we want, what they want, but we want to account for their input as much as possible during the design process. We're going to create a website for Arthur Horn where citizens can receive or a project website for Arthur Horn where citizens can receive updates, ask questions, and communicate with our staff as quickly and efficiently as possible. We will also be doing a series of community meetings that anyone in the area can join. The first one will be held well before we actually get anything started and once we have some sort of rough plan or deliverable to show the community. So that way they can kind of get an idea of what's going to happen at the project and that it is in fact happening. The next meeting will be held once we have 60% plans. This would be a more in-depth meeting to go over some of the more fine details of the project. And then from there, we will hold community meetings as needed to make sure the residents stay updated and give them a chance to ask questions in person rather than just on our project website. Next, we're going to talk about maintenance. Part of the scope for Black and Veatch includes providing us with an operations and maintenance plan, or O&M, to ensure our project has a successful future. We are in the process of forming a green infrastructure maintenance team within the stormwater department. The members of this team will be required to obtain both post-construction BMP and master pond certifications. And in the event that something arises that we can't handle internally, which hopefully isn't very much, we do have trusted contractors on call to fill those gaps should something like that happen. And with that, this is our contact information if anybody wants any more information on Arthur Horn. And with that, we can open it up to some questions. If we have any.
I did want to note that 90% of the beautiful pictures that were taken in this presentation were taken by this guy right here. So they were all local, and I loved them, being able to put those in the presentation. So does anybody have any questions at this time? Ellen? Great question. So Ellen asked, has the community expressed interest in a rookery or some sort of habitat? And yes, the answer is yes. They very much enjoyed the natural habitat that they had pre-Matthew when this wetland was a thriving biodiverse area. And they did note that they wanted us to be mindful about disturbance for the creatures that have found habitat since. But yes, that was one of their main joys of the former community amenity, was being able to go out and see the birds, the wildlife, even down to the insects. One of the guys was very interested in all of the flying things, so whether it be birds, butterflies, moths, everything that he found. So yes, they did express interest, and we are leaning on Black and Veatch to give us a sustainable design so that we don't have any bad adverse side effects like smell. Any other questions? All right, well, thanks for coming, y'all, and have a happy Halloween.
Thing.
Oh, yeah, can you get my thumb drive?
Yeah. Do I need to eject it? What, just X? Is there a way to eject it?
Figured if we start, we can get closer to lunch. Anyway, my name is Tim Muller. I'm an attorney with Rosenhagen firm in Charleston. We represent a lot of water and sewer utilities around the state. It's kind of been what our firm's done for a long time. Is this echoing, or is this just echoing on my end? Okay. Yeah. So our firm's about 75 years old, been around in Charleston for a while. We do all kinds of different work, but there's several of us that specialize in water and sewer utility work. So what I thought to do today, we're going to talk a little bit about right-of-ways, utility easements, and eminent domain. I'll just touch on that a little bit if you're interested. But we'll get to it. So here is the most basic right-of-way I could find. I thought was fun just because it has a lot of things in the ground, kind of a poster for 811, I guess. A lot of different lines. And as you know, right-of-way areas can be state, can be a municipality, can be a county, just depends who owns the road. I'm not going to go through in detail, the different variations on those. We're going to mostly just touch on the state. And I also wanted to talk a little bit, speaking of SE 811, I'll talk about some changes coming up in that law next year, if you didn't hear about that. But of course, as you know, in order to do work in a right-of-way, just as basic, you need to get an encroachment permit from the governmental entity. There's two types of permits. There's a temporary encroachment and a permanent encroachment. Usually for what we're talking about here, it's a permanent encroachment. If you're talking about putting a utility in the ground or something like that, temporary, generally for our purposes, is usually construction. And again, I'm not going to go through what's required, but for the state, it's quite a list, and these are just some of the things that are required. But there's an entire chapter dedicated to it. And for smaller for municipalities and counties, they usually have a smaller list of requirements, I should say. And as most of you know, our state has more public roads owned by the state than most states in the country. We have over 60% are owned by the state, maintained by the state of South Carolina, and the way that I look to find out who owns the road typically is just to go to their street finder. It's usually pretty accurate, and then go from there. And the reason why you needed from a legal perspective, why we need an encroachment permit is section 57-750. That's what they usually cite to, but there's a bunch of statutes that talk about encroachment permits and why you need them to work on in state roadways. And the violations are kind of minimal, I guess. At least in the statute, it's only working without a permit is $100 or imprisonment of not more than 30 days. I don't know if they ever do that. But that does not include the fact that fees can be increased, stop work orders can happen, and cause delay damages on construction contracts. It can be contract and bond claims. So yeah, it can spiral from there if the permits aren't acquired. Now, of course, all this is controlled by the Utilities Accommodation Manual. I'm not going to go into detail and read you sections of the manual because I think that would put us all to sleep. But it's interesting at the outset. It does talk about the locations. That's kind of first and foremost. That's where they point your attention to. And the manual tries to address the common situation of transportation projects that require relocation. We will talk a little bit about that. It's less often that we get involved with a lot of the things that are in the manual, like, specifications or requirements. Usually those are all worked out, and they're kind of, those are the requirements, and some of them are on the part of the state, determining whether there's sewer work that needs to be done, and identifying utilities in a right of way and so forth. And those are some of the chapters address right through there, and you can see relocation is a big part of it. Chapters 7, 9 through 12 talk about utility relocations, and mandatory relocations for road projects, such as widening and infrastructure changes, are probably the most frequent area of conflict that we see. And usually it's because these projects are designed with limited or no input from the utilities that are involved. And that's actually contrary to what a lot of is in the manual. But I'm sure you all know that happens. And the problem is, without sufficient notice, these relocation projects sometimes come as a surprise and at a great expense to the utility providers, and especially for governmental entities, but even, I would think, even private entities too. I mean, you have budgets, and if you don't see this coming, it can be pretty bad news, especially if you're a smaller provider. And of course, some facilities are easier to relocate than others. If you have a gravity sewer line in a right of way, they determine that maybe you do have a right to be there, or maybe not, but a gravity sewer line you can't just pick up and move, and if you do move it, it's going to be very costly. So section 7.1 of the manual, it must be determined whether a utility is on private property through a recorded easement, or under a previous project, and at the time the DOT agreed in writing to allow the utility to retain its prior rights. 7.1 has that the utility has the burden to show that it has a prior right status, and then basically what happens is, if you have that prior right status, then it's mandatory that they're gonna have to get into a relocation agreement with you. But of course, the takeaway is always, if you can get your own easements, on private property rather than through the right of way, if possible, because then you don't have to deal with any of this, and it puts you in a far superior bargaining position with the state when these projects come up, because essentially you already have property rights instead of borrowing from theirs. So if they determine that you do have a prior right, again, you're going to get into one of these relocation agreements, and they often look something like this. This was one we just had for a client recently. I tried to blank some of it out, but honestly, I've seen tons of these, and they're usually pretty similar, and they're very one-sided. They're definitely for the state, and they don't provide the utility with a lot of benefits, and I guess the takeaway is oftentimes these are presented, here you are, sign it. You can try to make changes. Sometimes they will allow some changes within limits, but we have proposed changes before. So here's some revisions I've seen over the years. I mean, you can put in clauses that recognize that there could be design alternatives, for instance, because again, like DOT's coming to you with, here it is. This is what it is. And if they have not adequately consulted with the utilities like they should, you can put clauses in there that there could be design alternatives, that DOT will use its best efforts to minimize utility conflicts, requiring the utility provider's consent before increasing the costs. That's a big one. They don't really like that. Also to This was interesting. I did see this. I didn't draft this one, but at the bottom, Act 36. We'll talk about what that is. But having them recognize that the funding is often inadequate to relocate this infrastructure, so that the DOT will use best efforts to seek additional funding sources, just to help with the costs. Because again, some of these projects can be incredibly costly and may not be a budgeted item. Here's a few other revisions that a little more basic, but this one I think had that the relocation must be subject to the mutual agreement of the parties, so that there at least has to be, it can't just be here is what it is. I mean, that the utility has some input. And honestly, your way of pushing back on that is you say, well, the manual provides for that. It shouldn't be, this is the way it's going to be. I mean, you're supposed to be able to have some input into that. And then also that, if there's no reasonable alternative, if, for instance, if they're proposing that that's what they have to do, that there is no other alternative. I mean, it may be that they want to do that, but there may be a better way for the impacted utilities. So it's just worth having a little negotiation when these relocation projects happen. You may get somewhere, you may not, but it's definitely good to engage your legal counsel or do it on your own if you can, if you have a contact with them. And then, of course, as I mentioned, Act 36, this was a 2019 law that tried to address right-of-way relocation costs for water and sewer lines. And it provided that full relocation costs will be covered for small utilities for 10,000 or fewer water taps, and population of 30,000 or less. And then larger utilities, which is more often, it'll pay relocation costs, but up to the amount paid by the project at no more than 4% of the original contract bid. And then there's another situation when it's a kind of a combination project with smaller and larger utilities, that the small utilities are covered 100% and the larger utilities will be reimbursed up to 4.5%, less the amount paid to cover the smaller utility. And this structure was supposed to incentivize minimizing the transportation improvement project, an incentive to minimize or avoid relocation. I don't know if it's worked that way, but at least there's some structure. From some of our engineers that I've talked to, they said it's kind of a mixed bag. I think before this, or even long before this, I guess, it was as we were talking about, it was kind of a little bit more, used to be more of kind of like side deals, and that doesn't happen. It's much more structured now, but for better or worse. At any rate, this framework is set to expire on July 1 of 2026. So we potentially would be going back to the pre-2019 rules, which are non-existent. But there is a House Act that's passed, and I looked at it this week. It's pending in the Senate Finance Committee. It has not been approved yet, but that'll extend this same law and the same framework out to July 1, 2031. So I assume that'll pass, but you never know. And a little off topic, but since we're on the topic of legal changes, the other one I want to talk about is SC 811. This goes into effect. This did pass. This is going to go into effect May of 2026. There's some pretty significant changes in here, including penalties. But basically, there's new compliance obligation for utility operators, increased penalties for violations. There's new procedures for large, long-term projects, new requirements for emergency excavations, and a new option for private enforcement actions. Those are some of the differences, just kind of generally speaking. But I think what's interesting is the private enforcement actions. Basically, some affected group or individual, whatever, can alert the Attorney General's office, and they can do an investigation. And if they find that there's a violation, they can do violations of 5,000 per standard or up to 25,000, where right now it's capped at 1. And then in addition to that, the private person that filed the complaint can get their attorney's fees and costs. So there's going to be a lot more, I think, kind of heightened awareness with this, at least to follow these laws, the Underground Prevention Act. And then, here's the large projects. This kind of outlines what a large project is. It's basically, what it requires is 30-day advance notice to the notification center of a large project, planning meetings to all affected parties within 15 days of the notice, and a proposed facility location agreement that includes notices of excavation, marking of facilities, and positive responses to notices. And what's defined as a large project is also in there too. It's 1 mile linear or encompasses a 2 square mile polygon, whatever that is. But that's the new large project requirement that doesn't exist right now. And then emergency excavations, that's another new one, where within 3 hours of the excavation, you're going to have to report it to the notification center, or that's an automatic violation of the act, and you could be subject to fines. So, in terms of getting that reported. So, at any rate, I just recommend, if you have anything, if you're ever have any impact with marking utilities, definitely take a look at these changes, because they're coming, and you don't want to be in violation of them. So let's talk about easements real quick. All right, so an easement is right here, interest in land owned by another person. It can be for an interest to control the land in an area above or below it, or for a specific purpose. It's basically what's defined in the easement itself. But unlike a license or a lease, an easement can last forever, a perpetual or permanent easement. Easements are generally interpreted strictly, so that means if you don't put in an easement what you need, you're not going to get it. Don't assume you're going to get it. If you have an easement for stormwater and it doesn't provide any, anything for access to that area, don't presume that you're going to have access, because you need to include that, because if somebody challenges you on it, generally courts and judges will restrict these to the language that's in there. Especially our state is very resistant to kind of finding property rights that are not contained within an easement agreement. That's not to say people don't push it, but if called out and it does get to a court, I can tell you from experience that's usually how they rule. So, as we all know, easements are necessary for this business. But here's some of the reasons why. I mean, without an easement, you can be subject to a trespass claim, damages to property owners, liability for accessing the areas. If somebody's injured and you don't have an easement, and you can also jeopardize your infrastructure, because there's a question, of course, even if you did put something in an area that doesn't have an easement, I mean, is it yours? In terms of a utility. So, but regardless of whether it's a small or a large project, this is. Let me go back real quick. There it is. Surveyor's plat. That's typically the first step. This is just one from one project that I've saw. It's usually the first step in acquiring an easement. You don't want to guess. You want it to be a recordable plat, ideally. You can attach a more crude survey to an easement and record it. But ideally, you want a true recordable plat that you can reference a book and page at the Register of Deeds, because it's just cleaner. And when people do searches and property searches and look in the Register of Deeds, you want something that's defined rather than just attaching a crude drawing. I know DOT often is famous for usually they don't even have a plat. It's just kind of like good luck finding out where it is. But this is the way you want to do it. It's the clearest. And it's also important that the surveyor work early on with the engineer in charge of the project, and the contractors if the job's been bid, or in-house if you have in-house engineers, to determine how much easement space is needed for the facilities, but also for vehicles and equipment. Oftentimes what I see is they'll round up. So they'll say, okay, well, we need whatever, this massive space for, trucks parking and all this stuff. And that's all fine and good if you have a property owner that's willing to give you that easement. But, sometimes you get these property owners that are resistant and will think of impacts to their properties, especially if it's like a commercial property or something like that, that maybe whoever did the plat maybe, of course, wasn't thinking about necessarily. And then, after discussions, you realize maybe the easement can be narrowed down a little bit, and still accomplish the same goals. That's kind of a case-by-case basis, but, just to keep that in mind, that does come up, at least when we're trying to acquire easements for folks. And you do, like you said, you do want to be accurate. The other reason why you want to be accurate is for appraising an easement. You want, square footage, exact amount of square footage on each TMS number, so your appraiser can value it and value it correctly. The last thing you want is some garbage appraisal that's, rock bottom price, or the converse is it's a fortune. You don't want that, but ultimately you're required to have an appraisal, and the appraiser's role becomes even more important if you wind up having to file an eminent domain action, because they're going to be your advocate essentially for the valuation of this easement. So for easements specifically, there's generally two types. There's the one we're all familiar with, the perpetual or permanent easement. That gets you those permanent rights in an easement. Those will typically last forever. Doesn't matter if the property owner sells the property, you have your property rights to that area. But again, it's important to include the correct details. For instance, this is an exclusive, not a non-exclusive, but every word matters in an easement. But like this one's an exclusive perpetual easement for construction, location, installation, operation, maintenance, repair, and replacement of one or more underground sewer lines and facilities, and or one or more underground lines and facilities. But that can change and should change. If you're doing water, for instance, and you don't do sewer, then you want to define it like that. Or if it's a stormwater easement, you want to define it like that. We've even if it's like it's limited to a pump station, same thing. But the reason why you want it defined is because that's going to impact the appraiser's valuation too. Oftentimes, if it's less of an impact on the property owner, the value is going to be less, so it'll save you money. Also, a perpetual easement should include the right of ingress and egress to the property. It's not as big of an issue if it's like right along the road. Don't really need it. But sometimes you will have an easement that maybe is in their backyard or is in some isolated area. Ideally, you don't want to have to get an easement all the way across their property. If you have some catch-all language like this, if they challenge you, sometimes you can get that in and you can actually have access to your easement on their property. However, sometimes they'll push back, and then you'll need to get a dedicated access easement. So it just depends on the circumstances. But yeah, you definitely don't want to leave access out if it's a isolated easement. And then a temporary easement is usually associated with construction activities. I don't know if you all have to deal with these that much. We do. And with these, it's important to define the length of the construction work. Often that's difficult early on because you haven't even necessarily bid the job to subcontractors or something. But again, for evaluation, it's going to make a difference if it's 2 months versus 10 months. And there's a few ways to do these temporary easements, but typically what we do is we'll record them, but what we'll do is we won't have a start date. We'll just say X amount of months from when the work starts. So we're kind of covered because, as we all know, projects are always delayed, and it's better to never define an actual date on there. Now that being said, property owners will try to push back on that and want defined dates, but it is what it is, and you just kind of have to work with them. This was. There we go. And this was this is an example of some language for a temporary construction easement. So this one was actually had a defined date on it. That is not what we normally do, but again, sometimes the landowner will insist on that because, like for instance, I don't know if it was this one, but we had one where somebody literally was installing a dock on their property on a date. So, we had to get it accomplished by that, and it was fine based on that one, but typically you want to do it by the number of months. And before reaching out to the landowner about an easement, the other thing you need to do is you need to get a title report on the property to make sure you've got the correct owner. A lot of times what I'll see is, we just rely on the county tax records. Please don't do that. Often it's right, often it's not right. And you may be paying money to somebody that may be an owner of the property, or maybe one of 10, or they may have. It could be even heirs property, and they're just living there, but they're paying the tax bill, and that's great. But you need to do a title report because that will tell you who the real owner is, and that's the person that's entitled to the compensation for the easement, and not just whoever's on the county tax records. And sometimes tracking down the owners can be time consuming and difficult, but it's important because they're going to be the ones that need to sign the easement. You'll also find out with a title report if there's a recorded lease, mortgage holders, tax and mechanic liens holders, which you'll need to know all of this if the landowner does not agree and you want to go to eminent domain. Purchasers, that's another one. We did a treatment facility, and it was looking great. The owner was like, we thought we had it all, and then lo and behold, this purchaser that had planned to put a bunch of tract houses in the lot. Suddenly we found that they had a contract, and they had recorded it for this purpose, to drive up the price, but that'll sometimes show that also. And then of course also other easement holders, because you're going to need to notify them. If your easement, even if it really doesn't conflict with it, if it intersects, like for instance stormwater or underground water sewer line, maybe intersects with a overhead power line, even though it may be non-exclusive, you still have to notify them, and they don't like that surprise to find out that you just obtained an easement on their easement without any notice. And then you should correspond with these landowners, ideally by certified mail. And the reason for that is if it does go to condemnation, if you all are doing this and not your attorneys, if it didn't go by certified mail or process server, it didn't happen. So unless you get a letter back from them and you can say, here, Your Honor, they did respond, so they obviously got it. But even if you know they got it and they didn't, and you don't have proof that they received it, I can tell you that, you know, a judge will always give them the benefit of the doubt and not you. Unfortunately, that's just the way it works. And then the other thing is if there's multiple owners, so what you'll do, let's say you have $1,000 easement, if there's multiple owners, if there's 5 owners and they all sign, it's easy. You just divide it by the 5. And that's fine if they all agree, but it can get tricky if some don't agree. So because one owner cannot agree for everybody, and that's where it gets into a sticky situation, because the ideal answer to that, I guess I should move the slide here, is that the ideal answer is that you will have to condemn if you want clear title to that area. Even if you have, you know, 50% or maybe even more. The real world answer is typically if you get easements from more than half, 75%, something like that. It's rare where, especially with an easement, where those owners are going to come back and try to contest it. And frankly, you know, as long as they had notice of it, they can't contest it. But they can still get their compensation. So, I mean, my example with like the $200 to everybody, well, if there's that one holdout, you just keep the $200, and if they ever come around, here's your $200 check. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and so you're right on track. So heirs property is basically you can't find out who the property owner is from a title search, and this can happen even without heirs property when there's not a deed of distribution after an estate has been probated, and there's a lot of situations where it's murky. And always your best bet when you're dealing with heirs property is usually to condemn, unless you have in your title work have identified you're sure that you have the majority of the owners, and they want it, you can get easements from them. You can take easements from them, and just kind of, like I said, you can say in that situation where you're going to decide, again, I would err on the side of caution that you're getting well over 50%, but you can sit and wait and pay for the rest of those folks. But honestly, you're never going to have clear title that way. So that's why usually the best way to do this is to just, if it's heirs property, you send it to eminent domain, because it's almost like a quiet title action that way, if you've ever heard of that. It's by doing that, you take it to the court and you say, and you'll have to have your lawyer do that, but then you'll also have to have a guardian ad litem appointed for those unknown heirs or unknown property owners, and they will represent their interests in that case. And basically, the judge, you'll deposit that money with the court, and then they'll make that determination. But they will clear the title. They will clear the title for purposes of your easement. So you will have your easement regardless of what happens. And and with heirs property, it can get messy because especially here in the Lowcountry. There's a lot of properties that are heirs property, and we've seen it with these kind of cases, and developers are coming and they're trying to do quiet title actions, and you'll have one heir that may live up in New Jersey or something, and then all of a sudden he wants to sell to a developer, and it gets messy. So if you want clear title when you have heirs property, eminent domain is the way to go. Even though it's it's going to cost a little more, but if it's an easement you need, that's what I would recommend. All right, and then here's just kind of a situation when you can only look. This just kind of goes to your point. If you can't locate them all, these are kind of the situations. But it's still, again, best to file a condemnation action if you can't find out who they were. There's some exceptions to this where it's hard if you go into title work for everything to be perfect, and sometimes you go through the title records and you'll see, okay, well you know who the owners are, and maybe there's one beneficiary that they just didn't do a deed of distribution, but you know they're gone, you know they're not alive, and you know who the owners are. It's a safe bet. As long as you know, or your attorney knows, that there's no way that anybody could challenge just based on what the title records show, even though it's not 100% clean. You can still take their easement in that situation. But yeah, by condemning, you're letting the court take that burden off your hands. And also, the other thing I would say is, if you're doing that, it allows you to kind of actually move forward quicker. We'll talk about that in a second, but if you want to move forward and not have to spend months and months and years trying to find these people. This is an acknowledgement. You also want to, when you do get your easement, want to make sure that it's correct. In Register of Deeds, I always advise to have 2 witnesses. I don't let my 2 witnesses be the notary, because some counties won't allow that. Some do, some don't. So you don't want to have to go back and get your easement signed again. And you also shouldn't technically send the check to the landowner until the easement is recorded. That's another one. Just wait to make sure it's right in case there is some issue. And if you're dealing with a lawyer, it's a little bit easier. They'll just hold the money in trust. And then, obviously, what we're talking about with eminent domain. How much time we have here? We've got a few minutes. I won't go into detail about this, but counties, municipalities, special purpose districts, all authorized to do eminent domain. Of course, you have to do it within your jurisdiction. Believe it or not, that's been tried to do it outside your jurisdiction. I'm not sure the argument for that, but that always fails. So, and here's the actual statutes right there. And our Constitution, as I mentioned earlier, takes a pretty restrictive view on taking people's property rights, so it does have to be for a public purpose. And everything needs to comply with the Eminent Domain Procedures Act pretty carefully. At this point, you need it handled by your legal counsel because it is a lawsuit. But again, one of the requirements, I think it's in here, you have to have the property appraised. You also have to negotiate with them. So you can't just haul off and file a condemnation, because there's an obligation in the statute to at least attempt negotiation. So most governmental bodies are good about that, sending a letter saying, here's your offer. But yeah, that actually is a statutory requirement, and they will make you negotiate sometimes. And obviously, the consequence of not following the act, it can result in the court dismissing the case. The other thing, you do have the right to survey the property. Believe it or not, some property owners will be resistant to that, and sometimes you have to point them to the statute that you are able to, by right, survey the property for identifying where your easement's going to be. If they don't agree, you can get a court order allowing you on the property to get a survey, even over their objection. But what happens? So they get 30 days after they receive that condemnation notice. If they don't respond, you get to move forward. You can file what's called a notice of possession. You can take the property, and you can move forward with construction or whatever you need to do. The only exception to that is within 30 days, they file what's called a challenge action. It's actually a separate lawsuit, and it has to be a separate lawsuit. It can't be just some letter that they send to the clerk of court saying, I dispute this eminent domain. It actually has to be a separate action, and it will more often than not be filed by an attorney. We've handled many challenge actions from the defense side. They're usually losers, by the way, because usually when you all are doing a project, it does involve a public purpose, and that's usually the only reason why a challenge action can be sustained. But there are situations where folks file these just literally to delay, because what it practically does is it stops your condemnation, you can't take possession, you can't go forward with your project. And so, especially looking at developers, and we've had this happen where they'd use it as a mechanism to try to drive up what they'll get paid, which is not a great practice, but it happens. So that's the only exception to the rule, but other than that, if they don't file a challenge action, it's just going to, the entire condemnation action, all it's going to be is about the amount that that landowner is entitled for their easement. So these are some of the things that you have to file when you file the condemnation action. Again, your lawyer will do a lot of this, but you do have, for purposes of evaluation, it's going to be when you file. So when you file that condemnation notice, that's when the appraisal needs to be updated, because that's going to be the snapshot in time in terms of how that easement's valued. It doesn't matter if the case takes 3 years. They don't get that look into the future. They have to value it back then. And then you, as a condemning authority, have the option of depositing the amount with the clerk of court. And if you do that, you can take possession, and then you can wait 3 years and have your lawyer argue it. Or you can wait to pay it if you're not in a rush. Usually our folks do pay it just because they want the project done. And there's the statute in terms of taking possession. One last thing about a challenge action I will mention is that the winner in a challenge action is entitled to their attorney's fees and costs. So that is an incentive for folks not to file those kind of recklessly, but some people don't really understand it. And then the other thing to keep in mind, and I don't know how often you all encounter these, but sometimes if I have with condemning property for like a fire station or for treatment plants or buildings especially, if you're having to relocate a business, you're going to have to pay relocation expenses for that. And my tip here is hire an agent for that relocation, right-of-way agent, because it's a statutory process. There's forms they have to fill out. And it's not an enormous amount of money, but depending on the type of business or what you're doing, there's all these. I mean, and I don't know again if any of you have encountered this, but there's an entire statutory. All right, that'll wake us up. Hey, 5-minute warning. All right, great. Well, I'll get you out of here shortly. All right. Well, I am almost done. This worked out really great. So anyway, at the final hearing, usually you want to have this referred to a master in equity who handles property cases. The landowner, I mean, if you have a difficult landowner that says, hell no, I'm not taking that money and I want a lot more, even if they don't get an appraiser, even if they don't do anything, even if they just sit and request a jury trial and wait for you to have to show up and spend a bunch of money, our law allows them to stand up in court and say, I think my easement is worth $10 million. And a judge will say thank you very much and usually disregard that unless they have some supporting evidence for that, like an appraisal or they're a real estate broker or something. But again, at this phase, usually your attorney's going to depose them and kind of discredit whatever testimony they're going to offer, or hopefully get it dismissed if they don't have their own competing appraisal. But a lot of times, at least with eminent domain cases, they do get resolved before a final hearing, because usually if you're talking about a large easement with a sophisticated adverse party that has their own appraisal, it's going to wind up somewhere in the middle, usually, unless they have a crazy appraisal, and usually that will get resolved. And let's see if there's anything here we need to talk about. Yeah, the judge or jury will make that determination. Usually you do not, as the condemning authority, you don't typically want a jury. They sometimes will request that, but and this goes back to my point before. You want to make sure your appraisal is not too low, because if your appraisal was some done in-house, some lowball thing, and then they had a legitimate appraisal and you go to trial, they get their attorney's fees. And if you're at a trial for an eminent domain for an easement, you've definitely overspent. So that's about all I've got, so we can get going for a lunch. But if you have any questions, my email's not up there, but it's tmuller, Muller, at rosenhagood.com. That's ROSENHAGOOD.com, or I can give you a card if you want one. But I appreciate you inviting me to talk here today. And if there's any questions, I'll have them. Otherwise, get you to lunch a few minutes early. Thanks.
Halloween costume photograph. While you guys enjoy some lunch, we're going to start our business meeting for our branch. So for those of you that are not part of APWA and are new to the group, we are the Lowcountry branch. So we are a group of APWA members for the Lowcountry who are part of our state South Carolina chapter for APWA. And the American Public Works Association is a nationwide, if not really international, organization of public works professionals. The business that we're going to cover today is important. As you guys know who work in your local communities, it's really about what happens here on the ground that makes things great about our communities, and the same thing goes for this association. So we run our branch, we run our meetings, we need you and your ideas and your participation to make not just our branch great, but to make South Carolina great. That includes submitting presentations for conferences, and whether that's local, state, national. That includes submitting projects for awards. If you didn't know, we have awards. Joining young professionals in some of our other groups. So please, I know we're going to do business while you're eating and it's taking away a little bit of your networking time. But if you see something or hear of something that interests you, we've got a whole bunch of different committees that need people to serve, need people to help. Feel free and ask and come up and ask. And we've got QR codes around if you're not a member to kind of help you, walk you through joining as a member. So with that being said, I would like to call this meeting to order. The October 31st meeting of the Lowcountry branch of the South Carolina chapter. And welcome to all of you for today, not just for this training conference, but also for participating in our meeting. Our first order of business is the approval of our minutes from August 2025. If you are currently a member and on our roster, we would have emailed those minutes out to you, so I hope that you have read them. If you're going to make a motion, if you could kind of raise your hand and speak up, because our secretary is in the back of the room, but just kind of give your name as well. So is there a motion for the approval of the August minutes? There you go. Mark Johnson going once, second. Shrek's stepbrother, second that. Any discussion, comments? May I have a vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, minutes are approved. The next part of our agenda is our committee reports. So stepping in for our current president, Hillary Aton from Thomas and Hutton, who couldn't be here today. So again, welcome. We'll be going through today's agenda, which consists of our old business topics, some new business topics, then we'll have an open floor, and we'll talk about our next meeting. So I don't have anything specific from the president's report, so I'll leave that one open. We have our treasurer, Ms. Pamela Cobb could not be here today. She has sent in to us a treasurer's report. I put a copy on everyone's table, so it's there for you to review. And she's given us a great overview of what's within that report. So currently our branch has $47,587.73 in our account. This account has been reconciled for August and September. That's what's included in your packet. Just to let you know, we had a glitch in taking payments for this conference with the Square. It was charging some additional fees, and we'll be working to make a refund of those fees to everybody who graciously signed up. And we'll have a summary sheet for our one-day conference, and the YP event will be made at the December meeting. Are there any questions on the treasurer's report? Anything of note that anybody sees on the fly? Do we need a motion to accept the treasurer's report? Yes. Second, we're good. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor to accept the treasurer's report into the record? Any opposition? Okay. Next up, we're going to, oops, sorry, misshuffled. Next up, we have our audit. I did not see Wes here today. So we are working on our annual audit of our branch activities and funds. So I think we'll defer that one to the December meeting. Josh, awards, are you here? I can see Josh. Okay, so a quick report on awards. If you are part of the membership, there's a APWA National will be hosting some online training about the awards programs and issuing awards. The other Hillary sent out an email to some folks, so I encourage you to go back, find that email, register for that event, and get it on your calendar. There are national awards for projects based on categories and price of your project. Goes all the way up to like $75 million project plus down to smaller projects. And last year was the first time our branch did local awards. So we had like employees of the year, projects of the year. So keep your eyes out open for those. Be thinking about recognizing your team and your agency for the work that you're doing. It doesn't have to be like super fantastic, but keep your eye out for that. Continue, yeah, sir. The local recipient of one of our awards is here. Okay, Manager of the Year this past year, Victoria, you're in the room. Congratulations. Thank you. Gotcha. Continuing Education and Training, is Lindsay here? Okay. Intern Student Co-op, Russ, do you have a report? Apparently you're in charge of our intern student co-op. Congratulations. No report. We do offer internships and scholarships for young professionals and students for APWA and kind of get them into the public works realm. So we'll get you some more information on that. Legislative and Government Affairs, I didn't see Chuck here. Right, federal government shut down, nothing's happening. Our keynote speaker will handle some of those topics. Wonderful. Membership, Mr. Nagel and the Lowcountry delegate. Do you have anything to report?
needs to know what I do. Also.
Introduce our keynote speaker today, Miss Leah Harnish. So Leah is an environmental policy professional with 8 years of experience in water, natural resources, land use, and maritime policy. She currently works at APWA as a government affairs manager covering federal water policy issues. Beginning her career as a legislative liaison for wastewater utilities, Leah has worked with local, state, and federal agencies on issues including establishing maximum daily loads for current and emerging contaminants, creating new sources of funding for water infrastructure, and establishing guidance for reconciling hard infrastructure with green spaces in the public right-of-way. She holds degrees in energy and environmental policy from the University of Delaware and a Master of Science in Environmental Studies from SUNY College of Environmental Science and Forestry. Lee is also a member of Women in Government Relations, where she collaborates with other industry professionals on timely federal policy issues and best practices for fostering a more inclusive public policy workforce. Please join me in welcoming Leah Harnish.
Thank y'all for staying. Hopefully this won't be a really depressing presentation, but we're working with a lot of known unknowns, a lot of unknown unknowns, and a lot of known knowns. So we'll see what we can get. Like he said, my name is Leah. I am the Government Affairs Manager at APWA. I'm part of a 5-person team in Washington, D.C. Andrea, my boss, is our director, and she covers our transportation issues. Marty Williams, who some of you may have met because he seems to be everywhere and everyone seems to know him, covers our emergency management issues. Jeff Finnegan is our government affairs specialist, and he focuses on workforce and workforce development. And Mark Shade is our public affairs manager and does all the social media stuff and all the things that I'm terrible at. So what does my team do? We like to say that government affairs is the voice of public works. This is our strategic goal. The second one of the 4 is voice, and voice is being the voice of public works to government leaders, public, and the media. Yeah. Yeah? Okay. I don't know how to do that. Public Works in action. All right, can you hear me? Can you see me? Am I a ghost today? I apologize for the echo. But public visibility is a really big part of what we do, making sure that Public Works, as an entity that doesn't really advocate for yourselves, is seen and is heard. So Mark is the one who does this slide. This is done. He makes sure that there are op-eds, that there are newspaper articles being published that really talk about all the great work that you guys do. This one that's in the picture is an op-ed that has to do with the post-Texas flooding. We also have our social media channels. We have a special government affairs, I will say, X account and LinkedIn account. I welcome everyone to take out their phones right now and go onto X or Twitter or LinkedIn. And if you do not follow us, please follow us. Also, I'm responsible for posting the pictures from today. So if you see your face randomly, sorry I didn't get a waiver first. Lastly, public visibility for us is being on the ground, both in the times where it matters and in places where we can really share and show the great work that you do. So the bottom picture is Scott in California post fires, and I think it's the drone, guys. Thanks. And making sure that there was visibility over the work that Public Works was doing in Southern California post-disaster. Because we all know, and as I've seen the hats and the pins today, Public Works is first response. And we on Capitol Hill are really trying to make sure we are beating that drum so you guys can get the recognition both from the policy side to the funding side to the Lowe's and Xfinity benefits that first responders get. We also do public visibility through our roadshow events. So this is an APWA, ASCE, and ACEC collaboration where we go and highlight Public Works projects across the country. We've done 21 stops in the last 3 years and are looking forward to doing more. We also help stage local road shows, so they're the smaller, more hyper-local projects that still have big impact, and we are here to help you guys if you're interested in putting any of those on. We also provide voice through the policymaker primers. So these are background one-pagers that talk about how Public Works relates to everything in your life. So we have resilience, right-of-way, management, workforce development, and asset management. And these documents are what we bring when we go and talk to agencies, when we talk to people on the Hill, and when we talk to new partners or stakeholders that we're engaging with to really tell them about how Public Works impacts their daily life. And for me specifically, voice and what guides my work are our policy priorities. So these are documents that come from you guys that tell me on the water resilience side, Andrea in transportation, or Marty in emergency management, what issues are important, what problems need to be solved, and we go out and try to solve those problems for you. So like I said, you guys are the core of our policy process. It all starts with chapter engagement and hearing what you guys need, and this is going to come up over and over. So I apologize for being repetitive, but science has shown you have to say things 4 times before people hear it. So this is number 1. It starts with chapter engagement, and those policy primers and the policy priorities are documents that continue to get updated. And stay tuned, in a few months you will get an email with a survey asking for your feedback to update these, because what you guys say is my mission, and my goal is to achieve what you guys need. So once we get your feedback, it goes to the Government Affairs Committee. They help us understand all of the really smart things that you said and figure out how to put it into a 1 or 2 page document. It goes to the Board of Directors at APWA, the National Board, to get approved, and then I run around the hill in not very comfortable shoes talking to members of Congress and their staff about why what you guys do is important and how they can fix it. So we work regularly, and I emphasize the word regularly because this is not an exhaustive list, with 33 congressional committees and agencies. Here is the list on the legislative side, as well as our federal agencies and partners. We talk a lot, and voice is, in a lot of ways, just that, making sure that you are being heard. So, with that said, what's going on? I'm here to talk to you guys about water, so I'm leaving that out of this one. But I wanted to provide a quick update on what's going on with transportation and emergency management. So on the transportation side, IIJA funding is still being released, and if you have money that has been obligated, the shutdown should not be impacting that, and if you are not receiving that money, please find me after, because you should be. The Highway Trust Fund is up for reauthorization. We are not seeing any changes to that, and that is good because we know what to expect. The bad part is that it's insolvent. There is not enough money for the amount of need, and so we're working with our transportation partners in order to find avenues to fix that. The last big update for the transportation sector is the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, which is kind of the big omnibus that covers most transportation programs, is expected to be released at the end of the year. I am not the transportation expert. I do not have more information beyond that, but APWA did submit priorities based off of feedback that you guys gave to both Secretary Duffy at DOT, as well as the appropriate House and Senate committees who are writing this bill. And hopefully you guys can hear that ringing too, and it's not just in my ears. On the emergency management side, the National Flood Insurance Program and CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, the authorization of those programs have lapsed. All right, the ringing stopped. And what that means for the NFIP is that if you currently have a policy covered through that, you still have that coverage, you're good, but they are not accepting any new policies, and there's no renewals. So if your policy is going to expire soon, talk to Marty. Again, not my area of expertise. CISA's authorization lapsing means that the cybersecurity opportunities and support that it provides for municipalities, for utilities, is no longer there. Most of their staff was furloughed already anyways. That doesn't make it better, but that means the impact, at least in the short term, shouldn't be as severe. Additionally, the FEMA Review Council, which is a council of legislator stakeholders and agency heads that is reviewing ways to improve FEMA, they're still meeting. They're expected to submit a report next month, or I guess in the coming weeks, because it's the last day of October. That was the expected date. It is still the expected date despite the shutdown. And the Fixing Emergency Management for Americans, the FEMA Act, that has been written by the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. There is no movement, again, shut down, but we've been engaged in the entire writing process for that bill, and we're excited with the final product. So now the things that everyone actually cares about. The government shutdown. The House is on recess. We are in day 31, closing out week 4. No changes. I'm sorry, I don't have more than that. People are still working, both in Congress, in the agencies, on the ground. Essential employees, yes, so that's the military, air traffic control, Social Security, personnel, but also some of the non-essential ones whose funding for their positions don't come from annual appropriations. So because of that, you should be still seeing, at least on the EPA side, continued movement with some permitting, with some grant programs and applications. Some of that should still be moving forward, and if it's not, please let me know. To be perfectly frank, we don't see an end in sight. They're kind of benchmarks on when there could be movement. Many of those are coming up in the coming weeks, but I don't have a crystal ball. Amazon didn't put it on sale for Prime Week this year, so I don't have much to say beyond that, and I apologize. But what does this mean for funding and FY26 appropriations? Like I said, if you already have obligated funding, you should be getting it. If you are not getting it, please let us know, and we'll figure out who we should talk to get an answer for you. That money has been appropriated, it's been obligated, you should have it. In terms of FY26 appropriations, those bills haven't passed. So new money for these programs is not there. What that also means, though, if a continuing resolution extends the current budget, the FY25 budget, as it relates to infrastructure program funding, we would hypothetically continue to have the money at IIJ levels through however long they want to extend the FY25 budget. So that could mean continued large investment in public works programs and in public infrastructure grant opportunities. Again, no crystal ball. Cannot tell you whether or not that's going to actually happen. But speaking of grant programs, I was asked to talk about some water, stormwater funding opportunities, the obvious and the less obvious that exist. And I will say, all of these do still exist. They are still active programs. It is unclear how much money they have. So starting at the top with the EPA ones, there's the obvious state revolving funds. There's the WIFIA program, which is there for large infrastructure projects mostly, and the infrastructure resilience and sustainability programs, which I personally really like. They're smaller pots of money, but they are for clean water systems, drinking water systems, and can be used for pretty much anything water infrastructure related, both on the green and the gray side, and can also be used for cybersecurity improvement and bringing new cybersecurity programs into your governments. So I want to flag that one as a kind of cool one that I didn't know about before I started at APWA. Rural developments, water and environmental programs, I'll also flag, although it does focus on communities that fall under the rural development umbrella. They all come with a very heavy technical assistance part to their program. So if you're able to get a grant from them, there's also a lot of government support in terms of how you're using that money, and they help you shepherd you through the process. The last one I will flag is BRIC, which there was a lot of controversy earlier this year. It is FEMA's only true resilience and preparedness grant. Everything else is a little bit more on the response side. The administration wanted to discontinue this program, and there was massive pushback from Congress saying that, no, this is an amazing program, we've seen massive success for it, and they did provide appropriations for it in FY26. So with continuing resolution, which is an extension of FY25 funding, it will continue to get funded. With the current bills that have FY26 appropriations, it will also get funded. So it is an oversubscribed program because it's really awesome, but I highly recommend it. I was also asked to talk about best practices, and I will qualify this entire thing by saying I'm a policy person, as you heard. So if any of this is wrong, please tell me, and if any of it doesn't make sense, please tell me. In terms of grant applications, and this is from my personal experience, there are two avenues that are really great in terms of getting assistance. The first is the government one, and finding your person in the government staff who you can talk to, an actual person and not a general inbox, is the best thing that you can do in order to A, push a grant forward, an application forward, and B, make sure the way that you're crafting the grant is aligned with what they are looking for. I know they're not always responsive. I know this is not always practical, but it's free. The other resource that I personally adore is the EPA Municipal Ombudsman's Office. Not many people know this exists, but it was this little office, it's like 10 staff, created by the Biden administration, and they are probably the most responsive office I've ever encountered in the government. They're very happy to help you with literally anything, and I recommend signing up for their newsletter because it has every open regulation, so you know what's going to be changing. It has a list of all their press releases, and it has a list of every open grant within the EPA and direct contact information. So highly recommend talking to them. In terms of outside resources, and again, this is focused on the water side, online databases by nonprofits is a really great way to find more curated lists rather than going to grants.gov, because I know that is a bear. And they are also typically very good at finding those small grants that no one really knows about, and helping point you to the best ways to apply for them. I'll flag, and this is my bias because I helped create it, the Flood Funding Finder, which if you just Google Flood Funding Finder, it's the first one that comes up. And that focuses on grants for flood resilience. But the thing is, a lot of those go not just on the stormwater side. It includes grants from DOT, it includes fish and wildlife grants, and it works on both the gray infrastructure side and the green infrastructure side. So it's a fairly comprehensive list. Again, my bias, because I helped create it. Environmental finance centers are also a really great resource in terms of helping you with grant applications as well as permit applications. They are EPA funded. There's one in each region. Your regions is at UNC Chapel Hill. And you put a request in and they will respond and help you with what you need. It's a free service that they provide, and they also have a lot of technical assistance trainings focused a little bit more on small water systems, but almost all of them can be used as CEUs if you want to look at that for that benefit as well. Again, free service, they're happy to help, and if they don't know the answer, they will know someone who will know that answer for you. And finally, regional councils and councils of government are incredibly helpful in my experience personally. And from Googling, in South Carolina, a lot of the COGs also have water quality permitting responsibilities that are delegated to them by the state, including the Lowcountry one. So using them as a resource to help you identify how best to make sure your permit application is going to fly through, know not no questions asked, but with little issue, or how you can best curate a grant application both on the state side and on the federal side. They're a really good resource, and they're local, so they'll have a really good understanding of the impact that a project could have on your community. So, what else is happening? Not much, but also some things. So, continuing in the vein of water, Clean Water Act. I'm starting with judicial updates because it all goes back to what's actually going on right now. So over the last 5 years, there were 3 major court cases that led to changes in Clean Water Act and Clean Water Act permitting. The first was Maui v. Hawaii Wildlife Fund. That one focused on NPDES permits and discharge. The county was discharging into groundwater. The pollutants from that were getting into the ocean. Maui's like, it's fine, it's a non-point source, you don't need an NPDES permit. And the courts were like, actually, it's causing functionally equivalent impact. So yes, you do. So that really speaks to the interconnectedness of surface to groundwater when it comes to discharge and discharge impact. The one after that was Sackett v. EPA, which talks a lot about what is and is not the waters of the U.S. A lot more to come with that in future slides, but essentially it rolled back a lot of what was considered waters of the U.S. and created new definitions for relative permanence as well as continuous surface connection. It didn't fully say exactly what that is, but the EPA is fixing that, so don't worry about it. And then the final one is City and County of San Francisco v. EPA, which was another NPDES court case where San Francisco was discharging. The EPA was like, hey, can't do that. And they're like, well, it doesn't say in our NPDES permit that we can't. It went to court, and the Supreme Court said, actually, EPA, you can't be mad at San Francisco because, no, it wasn't clear in your permit whether or not this discharge was appropriate. And the biggest takeaway of that is that NPDES permits are now going to have to be explicit in terms of what does and what does not qualify as being out of compliance. So, if this will go to the next slide. There we go. Waters of the U.S. There was a revised definition of waters of the U.S. That came out back in April. It was in response to the previous final rule that was in 2023. And so the revised definition was to align it better with Sackett. There was supposed to be a final proposal for that rule that came out in August. It didn't. And then with the shutdown, that's continued to be delayed. We have been told that the rule is written, and we have also been given a bit of a sneak preview in terms of what will and will not be included in waters of the U.S. This new rule is actually incredibly clear, which is shocking, and we are anticipating it will be the law of the land for a while. It explicitly states what isn't ditches. It also determines what continuous connection means, and I'm bringing this one up specifically because it has to do with wet seasons. If there's a continuous connection in your region's wet season and it abuts the wetland, then it will be considered a water of the U.S. But it does not have a continuous surface connection, again, surface, not groundwater, that was a result of Sackett, then it won't be. And there's more to come on that because we don't actually have it published, but we do anticipate that the final action will still be in January. So hopefully we will have an actual definition of what waters of the U.S. means by 2026. And so for legislative updates, again, continuing with the things that are changing as a result of those 3 court cases, I mentioned at the onset, the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee earlier this year passed the Permit Act. Someone had way too much fun naming that bill because permit is an acronym, that's why it's in all caps. It's a compilation of 19 different bills that do various things. It codifies parts of SACIT, it codifies parts of San Francisco v. EPA, and most of the changes really focus on streamlining or rolling back parts of NPDES permits and parts of 404 dredge and fill, as well as nationwide permits, and what is and isn't included in that, and the amount of review or effort that needs to be put in to either of those. And lastly, procedural changes for Clean Water Act permits. So as a result of the shutdown, about 20% of the Corps staff got furloughed, which was a significantly less amount than most other permitting agencies had. And there was a concerted effort to maintain their regulatory and permitting staff, which is not something that has happened in previous shutdowns. That being said, though, the regulatory staff has been told to focus on energy-dense projects. So that is translating into dredge and fill permits for pipelines and natural gas and mining projects. All of that to say, it's my understanding, and again, please tell me if I'm wrong, smaller projects, public works projects aren't not getting those permits reviewed, but there is a slowdown because of the focus on that. The Corps is still under a hiring freeze, so there has been a staff reduction, that's my understanding, but parts of the Corps actually had that lifted. So they've hired about 200 new people within their recreation divisions across the country. That was my reaction too. There has also been a decision by new Corps leadership to reevaluate what their core mission and core mission activities should be, and whether or not there should be a rollback of those non-core mission activities. And that is a lot to do with kind of studies, watershed studies, coastal resilience studies, and programs like that that they support. More to come on that. It's unclear what the impact of this decision is going to be. So I was also asked to provide best practice advice for permits, and honestly, everything up there you probably already know, and you probably have better advice, but what I have always been told by Corps personnel is talk to us. If you're not sure, talk to us. We will help you write your permit. We will make sure that what you are putting into it is something that will be approved by your region. So not necessarily following exactly what the letter of the law says, but we know who's going to be reviewing these permits, and we'll make sure that what you send to them, they will accept. So talk to them early, find your person, and when you're not sure, ask a question. Again, it requires someone else to respond, but making sure you put all those questions in writing. To go back to what was said earlier in the easement discussion, making sure you have that paper trail is also really important. So if you get asked, hey, why didn't you do it? You can say, well, I did. You guys didn't answer. So, number 2, tell me what's wrong. Tell me what isn't wrong. Please pull out your phones and scan the QR code, or just email me. I really get asked all the time by congressional staff, hey, we're thinking about making this change. Is this an issue your members are facing? Hey, we made this change. Is there any impact of it? what is working, what isn't working, what issues are you guys facing? Please tell me so I can tell the people who make those decisions and we can get these changes fixed for you. Next major piece of legislation, NEPA, which I don't know how many of you guys interact with NEPA on a regular basis, but want to give you the update anyways. So the judicial update this year, the 7 Counties Infrastructure Coalition versus Eagle County case was decided, and the court said that NEPA is a purely procedural statute, and it's highlighted and underlined because purely means that this is a checkbox. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers and every other agency involved in NEPA, this is a checkbox for them. You don't have to take action as a result of it. You don't have to do much with it. It is purely a process you are required to do by law. It also clarifies what the scope of NEPA needs to be, and that is that there needs to be a close causal relationship between the project and the environmental impact. So you don't have to go significantly downstream, pun intended, significantly upstream when you're looking at the impact. All of that being said, this is what the law says. This is not necessarily what the people reviewing your NEPA application are going to be looking at it through the lens of. So again, talk to your people. They are the ones who will know what they're looking for. On the legislative side, the House has introduced a piece of legislation called the SPEED Act, also an acronym. Also, someone had way too much fun writing it, but it codifies a lot of the pieces of 7 counties, and it also incorporates pieces of previously proposed NEPA reforms, such as creating limits around judicial review, creating more clarity between agencies for what is and isn't a categorical exclusion, as well as creating timelines throughout the process. So APWA this year was asked to testify in front of the committee. That is our immediate past president, Dominic Longobardi, testifying in front of the committee. And we were supposed to have a markup on the bill, which is what it will now say. But there was a shutdown and the House is out of session indefinitely. So we anticipate this happening within a few weeks of the government coming back. And we're continuing to work with the committee as staff, as well as the member offices for the people on the committee, to really make sure that this bill is looking at NEPA through the lens of all projects. Small projects that are going to have to follow part of this because maybe it's just a roadway expansion and it's going to be a categorical exclusion, but you need to still do some of the work around it. And not just through the lens of these hundreds of millions of dollar large energy projects. So we want to make sure that whatever bill comes out of the House, it's going to work for you guys, not just the big energy companies. And on the regulatory side, there were a lot of rollbacks. Not much has happened since. So that's really all I have in terms of NEPA changes on the agency side. But like I said, number 3, please tell me what is going on. Have you seen changes from any of the regulatory rollbacks? Have you seen changes in terms of the impact of previous NEPA reform and streamlining that happened over the last few years? And has that worked? Has that not? Let me know, because I don't know the answer to that. You guys do. And last, but certainly not least, PFAS, which I know is everyone's favorite to talk about, whether or not they like to. But on the legislative side, there are a lot of bills going through Congress right now to deal with PFAS, both on the passive receivers and liability side, which I know is an issue for a lot of our water folks, as well as some of our solid waste folks, as well as bills focusing on research for PFAS alternatives and codification of maximums for PFAS usage. These are the bills that we are tracking. None of them are moving, and that is not a function of the shutdown. That's just a function of the government having a few other priorities. But we're continuing to work with our coalition of water, government, and solid waste associations to make sure that PFAS passive receivership liability isn't a concern. On the judicial side, this is about to get really complicated, so bear with me. There are 3 cases that have been going through the courts ever since the previous administration's PFAS regulations became effective. The first is Chamber of Commerce v. EPA. So in this case, the EPA had to choose whether or not, in all of these cases, the EPA had to choose whether or not, as a new administration, they wanted to continue to pursue these cases. And there was a lot of hesitation, a lot of consideration of new information, both on the technical side as well as on just the scope of what these rules meant. So Chamber of Commerce v. EPA, the EPA filed a decision to retain the 2024 rule and PFOA and PFAS being designated a hazardous substance under CERCLA. So they are continuing to pursue this case. The AWWA, so American Water Works Association, and Association of Metropolitan Water Agencies v. EPA, the AWWA and AMWA were filing a suit against EPA for the maximum daily load standards that were in the 2024 rule. EPA has decided to file a motion to vacate that case. So they are continuing to pursue a case that says, hey, we believe in this designation, but they are choosing not to pursue a case that says, hey, we believe in this rule. Strange, complicated. The last one, Farmer v. EPA, the court actually just dismissed this case a few weeks ago, and it was a lawsuit against the EPA over their regulation of PFAS in sewage sludge. So Farmer said, hey, EPA, you guys are required to create a rule around this because you've designated this a hazardous substance, but they said you have to do it under the Clean Water Act, and the court said, no, you don't have to do it under the Clean Water Act. So, regulatory update for PFAS. I'm sorry, I don't have anything for you. We were anticipating these new regulations and proposes for new requirements as it relates to PFAS to come out this month and in the next few weeks. They are not because of the shutdown, but we're hoping that they will before the end of the year, and we'll be able to provide you guys with a little bit more regulatory certainty around PFAS once they do. These are all going to be proposals as well in APWA where it makes sense. We'll be commenting. So if you have any feelings, please email me or scan the QR code and tell me what is going on and how your community is dealing with this. We actually co-hosted a congressional briefing on this issue a few months back. We had members of Congress, we had their staff come and listen to panels of people impacted by PFAS, including an APWA member, talk about what the regulatory uncertainty, what the passive receiver liability meant for their ability to operate. And I don't know if it moved the needle, but I really hope it did. But we'll continue to see. Again, please take out your cell phones. I would love to see them. And scan this QR code. Lastly, I am obligated to share with you our other advocacy resources if you want to get more involved. We have the Government Affairs Committee as well as the knowledge groups within it. You have me and the rest of the staff, and we also have these online resources. And with that, any questions? And the owl is not because of Halloween, it's because my boss really likes owls. That's it. That's all I got. Any questions? Hoot. It's because he's a hoot. Actually, funny story, we're going to get a peewee owl, like a really small one, for Marty's office and put it in his plant so it can kind of burrow and be adorable. I'll send pictures once we actually have that. Yes. That's a great question. A lot of their legal staff got furloughed, and I know a fair amount took the voluntary resignation earlier this year. So, yeah, so they are likely contracting with outside firms if they don't have the internal capacity for it. I'm really, ironically, only able to speak to the legal counsel capacity in the Office of Air, but they have retained enough staff. Pardon? All right. Yep. The question was, what is the legal counsel capacity at EPA given all the lawsuits? And it was typically not a lot. And you say, holy cow, but if each case has like 3 to 5 lawyers on it, and most of legal's also involved in some capacity with permitting, depending on how complex the permit is, they're not all just focusing on water cases. Unfortunately, I'm sure it would make our lives easier if everyone just paid attention to our needs. But yeah. So what they were saying, I wrote it down. Wet season is going to does not have a set definition. So they have and I'll look up the picture that has it. There's an online program that they've directed staff to use as being a best practice. But again, because this is going to be region by region, it is more likely that one of two things is going to happen. The EPA region staff is going to make their own determination of best practice, or I guess one of 3 things. The second is that they are going to look to the state and what they see as wet season and what they use for their information in making those determinations and use that as a template. Or EPA nationally is going to come out with some sort of best practice document. Or actually another option is a National Municipal Stormwater Association might create something as well, just because it kind of falls within that high-low. Yeah. So wetlands are still going to be a bit of an interesting determination. So there's going to be the 2-part test, which mostly is going to relate to wetlands, and that is if there's a continuous surface water connection during the wet season and it needs to abut or touch a river, stream, or other water body that is also flowing during the wet season. So they really want that surface water connection, and that is something that came out of Sackett, where the court almost explicitly stated that water connection is only surface water. But there's also going to be this weird nuance about how some intermittent streams are going to be considered waters of the U.S., but some will not be, and that is related to and also not related to the wet dry season aspect of it. the EPA Office of Water Staff right now is playing this really weird balancing game where they need to comply with what lawyers are saying, but also use their best judgment as water resources professionals to create these determinations. Surprisingly, no. If you have any thoughts on the lead and copper rule, you yourself or anyone at large, yeah. Actually, no, just email me because that's something that is likely going to be coming up in the next year or so. And I would love to just know more about what's going on. I haven't worked on the lead and copper rule since like 2016. And I don't know if you guys have heard this, but regulations change after a decade. So yeah, if you have thoughts on the lead and copper rule, please talk to me. I need the help. Anything else? All right, well, cool. Thanks, guys. Yes.
My name is Ellen Sturcamo. I'm the Beaufort County Water Resources Agent with Clemson Extension. As a pre-warning, good? All right, thank you. All right, well, let's get started. As a fair warning to everybody, I am not an engineer. So luckily, I did partner with the water resources engineer with Clemson Extension, Sarah Wachowski. She is the one who created most of these slides and taught me most everything I need to know to teach y'all a little bit about bioretention cells and bioswales today. So at the very end, when we get to the question and answer portion, I will try my best, but my answer is probably going to be, please email Sarah. But other than that, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Ellen Sturcamo. I am the Beaufort County Water Resources Extension Agent with Clemson Extension. My role is actually very much to teach people how to keep water clean. I predominantly work with stormwater, so I also work a lot with low impact development and BMPs. So just to kind of quickly go over, I got about 30 minutes, so we're going to start with talking about what bioretention cells are, a couple of different design components, but I'm really going to be focusing a lot more on inspection and maintenance because not only are these practices important to install, they're also important to communicate how do we maintain them so they function for long periods of time. And then I'll do the same exact thing with bioswales. All right. So just in general, bioretention cells are shallow depressions in the landscape that use vegetation, mulch, engineered media, and underdrain systems to slow, infiltrate, and even evapotranspirate stormwater runoff. You can kind of think of them as the engineered or souped-up cousin of a rain garden. So, yeah. However, bioretention cells can actually treat larger areas than rain gardens, and they can do so by taking up a smaller footprint. And unlike rain gardens, most bioretention cells are going to have that underdrain system, typically a perforated pipe in a bed of gravel, that may have an upturned elbow or some other form of outlet control structure to allow for internal water storage. This is actually a pretty unique feature to allow that portion of saturated soil. It really helps with increasing pollutant removal, particularly with nitrogen, but it also actually helps make the vegetation that we use within the bioretention cell thrive and get it a bit more drought resistance. All right, let me just make sure I got my notes. So that mic is more sensitive than I thought. All right. So bioretention cells, if we're talking about plants, they can be planted with just turf grass, but we also really recommend using native perennials when it comes to flowers, grasses, or even shrubs. But unlike rain gardens, you can also include trees in your design when you're planting with bioretention cells. But do disregard all the numbers that are on this slide. This is for North Carolina. I have some more South Carolina specific slides. A big key point in my presentation is going to be take everything with a grain of salt because a particular municipality that you might be working in, the particular state, may have different design requirements. Typically, we're going to see the same structures in a bioretention cell no matter where you are in the United States. But for example, some may require a layer of choker stone in between the gravel and the media while others don't. So just definitely check whatever manual is being used for the jurisdiction you're working in. So this actually comes right from South Carolina DES's BMP handbook. And this is kind of a more of an interpretation that you guys are probably more used to seeing. It also has more appropriate design features in it. But just, we're gonna go from like top to bottom when it comes to this picture to kind of talk about the different aspects of a bioretention cell. The first of which basically just looks like blank space, but that's going to be actually your ponding depth. Typically, you're going to have between 6 and 12 inches of ponding depth available in a bioretention cell. Some municipalities will allow you to have up to 18 inches, but typically most say just keep it between 6 and 12. Underneath that ponding depth, if you're not using turf grass, you're going to see 2 to 3 inches of hardwood mulch. And the reason why I'm saying hardwood mulch is we recommend it for these practices because it floats the least. It floats the least. It also biodegrades the most slowly into organic matter. Something that happens with bioretention cells a lot, a main maintenance issue, is they end up getting clogged or they end up being eroded away by high flows. So we want to actually use the heaviest mulch we have available that's also going to degrade the slowest so that you don't end up with those maintenance issues. And mulch is really important for the health, particularly if you're doing a planted bioswale. Not only does it help keep, particulates from settling out and clogging the engineered media. It stops and prevents erosive forces, but it also does help moderate soil moisture and soil temperature, allowing for more plant species to thrive. All right, and then underneath that mulch layer, you're going to get your engineered media. That is going to be a cocktail specific to your jurisdiction, but typically it includes fines and sands, potentially some compost as well. The depth of that media is going to be more dependent on what you are planting. For South Carolina DES, if you are planting trees, you need at least 4 feet of engineered media. If you're doing more shrubs, native grasses, and things like that, it's about 3 feet. If you're just doing turf grass, it's about 1.5 feet. And then, yeah, that's depth of the engineered media. So underneath that 2 to 3 inches of mulch, it's 4 feet straight down. And even so, for me, that seems small from a plant perspective because tree roots can go pretty darn deep. So just be really aware of your species when you're selecting them for plants, because if you're going to put a live oak in a bioretention cell, you can kiss that bioretention cell goodbye after about 20 years because the live oak is going to overtake it all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the question, for those of you who might hear it, is that does Clemson Extension offer recommendations for particular plant species? I will say we have to kind of thread a needle with that one because we are not allowed to do design work. So we typically are very helpful in terms of getting you plant lists that would be available for your area and you can select which one. Or if you have a question about a certain species, you can always refer to your local agent, be like, hey, I was thinking of using this in a bioretention cell. How big does the root mass get? Or how large is this tree's mature size? We're always happy to help you with those specific questions too. Mm-hmm. What type of combinations, like interest in terms of like native plants? So we probably won't be giving like a companion planting guide or like these are, what we'll do is like these are really common plants in these types of categories. Like these are really common bunch grasses, these are native shrubs and things like that. We can kind of definitely get you lists and kind of help you point you in the right direction. I will also say Clemson Extension has 2 great publication resources. The Home and Garden Information Center, it's online, it's free. That has a bunch of fact sheets that does cover some of these things in more of a light, it's definitely more resident focused, but we also have another publication called the Land Grant Press. It's also online, those are kind of more peer-reviewed studies. We even, if you're into ponds and wet ponds, we have a whole big section on dredging on Land Grant Press. So those might be further resources that you'll be interested in. Yep, so if you just type into Google Clemson HGIC, Home and Garden Information Center, it'll pop up, or Clemson Land Grant Press, we're our first result on Google. So, all right. Let's see. All right, but let's keep diving deeper because underneath the media, we're going to start seeing different aspects. So these are further engineering drawings that I found. By the way, most of these photos either came directly from Sarah or I have completely stole them from one of the BMP manuals that are most common around here, whether it's the South Carolina DES BMP handbook, the Southern Lowcountry stormwater manual, or the Low Impact Development in Coastal South Carolina, a planning and design guide. Those are my 3 main resources for this presentation. They are all available online. So I can help you find DES's handbook because that is really difficult to parse through their website to get to. But so when it comes to what's happening underneath the media, I will preface this, not every bioretention cell needs an under drain, but typically our soils in South Carolina, you're going to want an under drain for this, particularly if you're doing work in the upstate. No one's going to pick down through 4 feet of clay and expect that water to still perk. So when it comes to the under drain, in between the media layer and the gravel layer, you're typically going to either have 2 to 3 inches of choker stone or a geotextile fabric. Once again, the main issues of bioretention cell is when that media gets clogged and it won't function, so we want to kind of create that protective barrier in between the media and the under-drain gravel layer. That gravel layer, if I remember correctly, it is about 8 inches of gravel at the bottom, suspended in which is usually a 4 to 6 inch perforated PVC pipe. And as I said, if you did want to encourage internal water storage within the bioretention cell, that under drain is either going to need some form of upturn in the elbow, or it's going to need an outlet control structure. Otherwise, if you don't want to create internal water storage, you can just send that under drain directly into the rest of the stormwater system. That's kind of also a benefit to having a bioretention cell, is that you can directly pipe that water into the remaining system, but have it had a chance to slow down and be treated through the cell. Just for fun, because I always like looking at this, I have the pollutant removal for bioretention cells, and as you can see, you get different numbers depending on which manual you look at. I did, in fact, put the different years that these manuals were published so we can kind of see how research might have evolved, because obviously, when it comes to total suspended solids for bioretention cells, the DES handbook says it's about 55 to 85%, but that came out in 2005. But if we look at the more recent ones in terms of the LID in Coastal South Carolina Guide in 2013, or the Southern Lowcountry Stormwater Design Manual, you might have heard that acronym as SOLOCO, the SOLOCO manual in 2020, you actually see that we start seeing about 80 to 100% total suspended solid removal. And it's a similar thing when it comes to nitrogen. It ranges from 35% at the low end to 100% at the high end. And phosphorus as well, 55% to about 90%, and then bacteria from 35 all the way up to 100%, depending on the source. And so I highly recommend that you look into how recent each of these studies were done when you're trying to think about, like, how much pollutant removal do I need? Where was this data coming from? But on to the fun parts, the actual pictures of bioretention cells. All right, so bioretention cells are typically located in parking lots, residential areas, or small commercial facilities. You can actually tell that this picture here is a bioretention cell because there is a curb cutout. So it is actually directly connected to the parking lot. It is not just a landscaped area. I have been on so many site visits and we're like, yes, this is a bioretention cell. And meanwhile, the curb is all the way around the plants. At that point, that's just a pretty landscaped area, no matter what might be underneath the soil if it's not connected to the storm system. All right. The maximum drainage area for bioretention cells is actually about 1 to 2 acres. So as I said, small commercial facilities. There are ways that you can design them to handle larger areas, but a lot of it does depend on the watershed and the existent soils and their permeability. All right, so this is also another bioretention cell. This one's actually accepting runoff from a parking lot. There's a forebay in the picture that's actually just not in the picture at this point. But you can tell it's a bioretention cell versus a landscaped area because you can actually see the under-drain cleanouts right there. And just so you know, bioswales are going to be mostly dry. We really shouldn't be seeing any standing water in them for long periods of time. Even though they have about a foot of ponding depth available to them, they should be draining within 12 to 24 hours. We should not be seeing water in there after 72 hours. If there is standing water in the bioretention cell, something has gone wrong and it needs to be maintained. And a big reason why we don't want water standing for longer than 72 hours is that's the exact amount of time a mosquito goes from being an egg to being a larva to being a blood-sucking fiend. All right, so this is actually also a bioretention cell, and this one you can mainly tell because the outlet structure is actually perched above the soil level, so that's actually giving that ponding depth by having the outlet control being on top. I'm really nervous because if anyone decided to skimp out on the hardwood mulch in this design, that pine straw is just going to be floating all the way up and all the way into the outlet structure and clogging it. So definitely hardwood mulch all the way. 3 days it takes mosquito larvae to go from an egg to a larva to an adult. So it takes 72 hours for that process to happen. Yeah, they go quick. So bioretention cells are typically about 3 to 6% the size of the contributing drainage area. but they need to be a minimum of 10 feet wide just to allow for vegetation to get strong and healthy and have enough room to actually do what it needs to do. All right. So typically these are not designed for lots of water storage. So they're typically only designed for 1.5 year storms. They're not really meant to handle like a 50-year storm event. They're not meant to handle that amount of volume. They're meant to treat a smaller, kind of more average storm. But you can always design it to greater levels, but once again, that's depending on the site. I do have to say the biggest thing when it comes to siting bioretention cells is that they need to be within a stable watershed, meaning that there's not a lot of erosion going on. Honestly, ideally, these are great for parking lots because that's the most stable watershed you're ever going to get. There is never going to be, concrete that's actively eroding into the bioretention cell. The reason why I'm saying is that engineered media can clog real easy, so we want to keep as much of that sediment and sand particles out of it. That being said, that's why most bioretention cells actually have some form of pre-treatment, whether that's a level spreader, whether that's a forebay, a grass filter strip, a dry enhanced swale. Typically there is some form of pre-treatment before the water is piped into the bioretention cell. And once again, that's just to reduce the erosive force and reduce the chance of it clogging. All right, and here's a handy dandy list of everything you need to do to actually maintain a bioretention cell, which includes things like periodic pruning and weeding, removing trash and debris, inspecting inflow points for clogging and removing sediment, repairing eroded areas. You need to reseed, replant, remulch, regrade as needed, mulch any areas where mulch has been wiped away, inspect trees and make sure that they're in good health, remove invasive vegetation, and we want to make sure that we're getting our soil sampling done and things like that. So here's an example of an area that does need maintenance. This is the inflow area. As you can see, it actually has a little bit of a clog going on that's about to start overwhelming it. So that's an area that we would need to basically take that away. But a big thing, don't just look at what's happening here. You're going to want to look at where that potentially came from. Because if you're just removing sediment without tracking it back to where it starts, you're going to have the same problem in the next 2 weeks with the next storm. So you want to make sure that we're looking for the areas of erosion and actually repairing them. In this case, that's a lot of erosion. That means that a couple of things need to happen. Not only do we need to regrade and remulch that area, we probably need to redesign and enhance the pre-treatment area, whether that's a level spreader or a forebay, because apparently it is undersized for the forces that are entering this particular forebay. Granted, it may not all be, that big. This is actually also, once again, a bioretention cell, but you can see there's actually a ring of sediment in the bottom of it that will need to be removed. And if we don't get it removed in a timely manner, those small issues become really, really big problems. This, believe it or not, is a bioretention cell. That's about 2 inches of muck sitting on top of turf. At this point, if you ever see something like this, you would want to bring out your auger and actually go down into the media to see how much you are actually going to need to strip, replace, and redo. And once again, try and find out where all this muck is coming from. If there's an area that needs stabilization, stabilize it. All right. You're also going to need to keep an eye on your plants. They will need to be weeded, they will need to be mulched, they will need to be pruned, and they will eventually need to be divided. I do a couple of BNP maintenance workshops, and the number one thing we have to do, particularly in the rain gardens around here, is divide sweetgrass. Because once that bunch grass gets about 5 years old, it is almost half the size of that table, and it needs to be quartered. And then finally for this one, pine straw is still just not an appropriate choice of mulch for a bioretention cell. You can see that it has gotten moved hither and yon every which way. There's nothing protecting the media at this point. So we need to make sure that that mulch is stable and in the right place. And just in general, I'll throw this out to the room. If you were inspecting this bioretention cell in the picture, what springs to mind? What do you see? A lot of foot traffic, yeah. I would probably recommend that the inspectors try and stay a bit more to the edges, just so that they're not compacting the media. But I see pretty happy plants. I see a good layer of mulch, but I see a few areas that they probably could be touched up. I would also recommend, honestly, planting more plants in this area because it's looking a little sparse. But granted, it might be a brand new one and it just needs a few years to fully flush out. What about this one? I can't see anything in this one. The vegetation is way too happy. There's actually a few invasive species in here that we'll need to go and remove. And something that I typically recommend for folks when they are talking about bioretention cells is when you're making that planting plan, give about 1.5 to 3 feet around the inlet and the outlet structures, just so people who are coming in to inspect and maintain it, particularly if they need to check for an under drain cleanout, particularly if they need to check for clogging, they can access that harder infrastructure. Because no one wants to weed through this to try and find where is the outlet control, where is the under drain cleanout. Yep, so that when it comes to like plant height, that's going to be more on the species you've selected, or for example, like if you know that the people you're planting for, like they annually will come out and maybe, or every other year will come and bush hog it down to the ground. You want to select species that, one, can tolerate that, but two, will regrow from that. So a big thing when it comes to this low impact development stuff is you really need to be comfortable with your vegetation, or find somebody who that can help you find the correct species that will thrive not only in the area, but also with the maintenance regime that you're expecting these plants to go through. Because I'll tell you one thing, like while you can knock like soft rush back every year and it'll just bounce back, if you try and do that with a hibiscus, it will just die. It will just give up. All right, well, just to keep things moving along, let's talk about bioswales now, which the reason why we started with bioretention versus bioswales is that bioswales are essentially linear bioretention cells. They are still a conveyance mechanism, which means that they are mainly meant to bring stormwater from point A to point B, but they do so in a way that allows it to actually potentially filter and infiltrate as it moves through the system. So you have these linear swales that do still have that engineered media and do have an under drain system, so that as water moves through, it can slow, it can infiltrate down, be filtered, and then still be part of that conveyance system. All right, so they look really similar to traditional swales though. If you saw everything except like the riprap forebay area and the under drain cleanout, you would have expected this just to be a normal swale. But bioswales also have a very, very characteristic trapezoidal cross-section. You actually need that trapezoid shape for it to work. So when you have the sloped area, they actually lead to that channel, which is about 2 to 8 feet wide, and that's going to have essentially your bioswale media right there. Really similar to a bioswale, you're going to have about 6 to 12 inches of ponding depth. However, bioswales are actually going to be designed for the 25-year storm typically. So they should be able to handle both the volume and the speed of a 25-year storm. However, they need to be able to slow it down so that they can handle that volume at non-erosive force levels, because unlike bioretention cells, bioswales are nothing but turf grass. Nothing but turf goes in a bioswale, which also means you don't quite need as much bioretention media. You can get away with about 18 inches of that media. And you won't need a mulch layer here, pardon me, but you're still going to have that gravel layer with the under drain, the choker stone, and the perforated pipe. However, that gravel layer is going to be 12 inches versus 8, as well as something I should have mentioned, both of these practices, the very bottom of the gravel layer needs to be at least 6 inches above the seasonal high water table, not the mean high water table, the seasonal high water table. All right, and I think that comes down to design. I have mostly seen them handle with one pipe. It's still that 4 to 6 inch perforated PVC in the middle of a 12-inch gravel layer. However, particularly here in Beaufort County, they do actually recommend after so many feet, you have to have observation wells going into this under drain, because unlike a bioretention cell, which is a fairly compact, this can go a long way. This can be very, very large. So you're going to want to have those dry soil observation wells and underdrain cleanouts interspersed at regular intervals, just to make sure that if someone does have to unclog the underdrain, they don't have to snake hundreds of feet of pipe. They can do a more reasonable, number, whether that's 50, 25, depending on the ordinance. All right, and these are, once again, kind of the pollutant removals, because they're fascinating. For suspended solids, it's between 40 and 80%. Nitrogen, between 20 and 70%. Phosphorus, I couldn't find any phosphorus numbers very easily, but roughly between 35 and 45%, and between 10 and 80% for bacteria. Once again, very large scale depending on when the research was done. All right, so bioswales, they're typically designed for 2.5 to 5 acre sites. So these are going to be larger, but just like bioretention cells, they do need to be in a very stable watershed. They still have that same media, which means they have the same problem of it clogging. All right, the longitudinal slope of bioswales should be between 1 and 2%, but you can actually install drop structures or check jams to have a greater slope in that regards. However, the side slopes can't be steeper than 2H to 1V, so 2 feet horizontal for every 1 foot drop in the vertical. And they also can hold water, but only for a very, very short period of time, 24 to 48 hours, once again, 72 hours maximum. We don't want mosquitoes. And ideally, we really shouldn't be seeing standing water in a bioswale. You kind of want that water to be moving one way or another, whether that's down into the media or across the channel into the outlet. All right, so just like bioretention cells, bioswales do need pre-treatment areas. Granted, a level spreader is not going to cut it here. This is where you're really going to need a forebay. And that's also why I also say, please make sure they're in really stable environments and that you've managed the area around them, because cleaning riprap is miserable work. Absolutely miserable work. All right, so general for maintenance, periodic pruning and weeding if you did have some more landscape vegetation along the edges, but typically it's turf grass, so you just need to keep it mowed at about 3 to 6 inches. But here's the thing, no matter if you're doing a bioretention cell with turf or a bioswale with turf, we don't want to be leaving the grass clippings behind when we're mowing, even though that is the best practice for lawns. We don't want to be introducing excess nutrients, and we don't want to introduce clogs into our engineered media. So we want to be removing those things. And very similar with bioretention cells, we are not going to be adding fertilizers, we're not going to really be adding pesticides, we are not going to be adding irrigation into these practices. For bioretention cells, we're relying on our native plants to be well suited. And when it comes to bioswales, that's going to be, you're really going to be working with your maintenance departments to be like, hey, we need to make sure that we're not treating this part of the turf the same as the lawn areas, because we are trying to treat for water quality here. So the way that I really like how maintenance has done this particular bioswale, they actually have a different mowing regime for it. As you can see, they've actually mowed a pattern into the bioswale, so it's very visibly different from the rest of the lawn areas. That's just a really neat little visual cue to help people know that, okay, when we're going to fertilize the lawn, or if the lawn has a pest, we keep those pesticides and fertilizers out of this area. Yes, so there are some bioswales. I think that's more the underdrain where you see those big plastic things. That's kind of more their underdrain cleanout sections. But if you see those check dams, those are part of a bioswale. But yeah, so we don't want to really be, so here your turf selection is going to be really important, making sure that you're getting the right variety of turf for a bioswale that'll thrive in the area. For example, certain turf grasses here, there's like only one species, one variety, I forget the name, that actually will handle shade. Centipede is a very common variety, and that one essentially thrives on neglect, but it needs very sunny areas in order to thrive. So you're going to want to select the right one. Once again, this bioswale is in fairly good condition, but the grass seems to be suffering a little bit. It's also kind of has some erosion going on. So we want to be digging out that extra sediment, stabilizing where we can. Here, I would recommend honestly just getting a soil test done to see if it's something simple like the pH that can be adjusted. So like adding lime or sulfur to change the soil pH to see if we can get the grass to bounce back. If it doesn't though, we might be thinking about resodding with a different variety. Once again, 4 bays. This one is doing a great job, is actually keeping the bioswale in great working condition, but now someone has to come out with a shovel and dig out that riprap, dig out that sediment, replace the riprap. And we can actually see in this picture where the erosion is coming from. It's coming from right on that side of the road. So you might want to be thinking about trying to either plant in that area or try and help the sod that's already there thrive a bit more, just so that we don't have to keep cleaning out this 4-bay. Once again, this one is in seriously rough condition. This one has gotten way too much force going through it. You can actually see where it's channelized the channel. At this point, that would just be digging, regrading, and resodding, just basically almost doing a near redesign of this. However, fun fact, according to Sarah, when you're doing that, you're not going to be adding any engineered media back because it's just going to get taken in the next storm. So we wanted to be kind of like reapplying where we can, and hopefully you have a little extra engineered media underneath. If you end up basically hitting the gravel layer, I would probably look into a different BMP for that area. I personally love check dams like this because it basically helps you not have to clean out hundreds of linear feet if the 4-bay does fail. So as you can see that this check dam has actually caught a bunch of different sediment and erosion and kept it from the rest of the bioswale. So here we can just go in, pull that out, and it'll be all set. And then finally, this bioswale is actually doing pretty good. Maybe just needs to mow the grass, but they do look great. They exist fine. And this is just always my favorite picture because it just looks so nice. The grass is so healthy compared to the rest of everything else. But this one's in fairly good condition. So just to make sure I don't run over, in summary, unstable watersheds are bioretention cells and bioswale's worst enemy. We want to make sure that the watershed is secure. If we are seeing issues with erosion and sedimentation in these BMPs, we want to track that source back to where it's coming from and fix it there versus having to consistently redo and renovate the BMP. Routine inspection and maintenance are key to long-term success. Standardized inspections forms, so digital or print, are actually incredibly helpful to make sure that, say, for example, if you have one crew go out, they use the form, but then on the next inspection, another crew goes out and they don't know what they're looking at. It's nice to have the same form in between so you can standardize care and standardize what people are actually inspecting for. Also, pictures. Have them take pictures. Pictures are really worth 1,000 words here. You wouldn't have this presentation without those inspection pictures. And then, as always, get comfortable working with vegetation. The success of a lot of these practices do depend on your plant selection. All right, so I will do my best to answer any questions, but if it's something more on the engineer and design side, I really recommend reaching out to Sarah. She is very excellent. Yeah. Yep. There is more data. Also, the Southern Lowcountry Design Manual is what is referenced here in Beaufort County for a lot of design work done here. So it is our local manual. It has, it's actually been passed into ordinance in several different jurisdictions around here. So if I were an engineer doing design work, I would look to that manual first because that's what's been adopted by the community that I would be doing work in. There is some differences depending on the BMP you're looking for in specific, because we also remember the LID manual did come out in 2013. They are going to be updating it, but currently it's 2013. So Loco, you can see there's a lot of overlap between the two manuals, but Silico does have a bit more up-to-date research on it. And so, but yep, I would say I look at all three just to see kind of the differences. And so, but once again, work with the community that you're going to be working in. They're going to steer you to kind of the design standards that they want to see. All right. If that's it, Valentina, you're up.
I know we're at the tail end of the day. I'll try and make it kind of concise and to the point. My name is Valentina Palacio. I'm the Environmental Education Coordinator for Beaufort County Public Works. Today I'm going to be talking about Ed and Outreach, and I'm going to go through a couple examples of different sustainability initiatives that us at Public Works have gone through. So here's the intro. And so environmental programs. So I do the education and outreach for both the solid waste and recycling program as well as the stormwater program. So I kind of cover all things environmental related. So some of the goals of my position is to, of course, raise awareness throughout the community, as well as building partnerships with local organizations to engage the community with on environmental topics. And then a big thing that I focus on is to promote systems thinking. So giving people and facilitating people to think outside the box or think in a whole system rather than just pieces of a problem. And then also, of course, meeting compliance standards that are necessary to be in good standing statewide. With our MS4 permit and stormwater, as well as solid waste and recycling regulations. So I think it's pretty cool to be able to lead Ed and Outreach for both the solid waste and recycling as well as the stormwater programs, due to both of them being environmental related topics and programs. So it's kind of a good integrated approach and allows for me to provide a more holistic overview of education and outreach to the community when touching on both of these issues and showing how a solution in one of them could also benefit the other mutually. So I kind of touched on this before, but the compliance factors are important for my position as well, because to maintain our MS4 permit, which is the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System permit, designated by the SADES, education and outreach is part of a minimum control measure that is necessary. And then for solid waste and recycling, we have state and grant reporting that also requires Ed and Outreach. So a few forms of outreach that I do are community events, local partnerships, sustainability initiatives, outreach materials, and then just normal digital outreach, so social media, web resources, stuff like that. So here I have a couple examples and photos of some community festivals and examples of what my education and outreach booth look like, as well as a couple flyers of some community festivals that I've participated in. So there's a bunch of these going on all the time in Beaufort County, and just trying to be present and stay active in the community. And also, as part of being a Beaufort County representative, it's our duty to make ourselves available to the public and have a public-facing person. And sometimes people just ask me in general county questions, but I'm able to show face and redirect them however necessary. So that's another really important part of outreach, is putting a face in front of another face instead of a phone call or emails, which is easily where things go these days. And another really big thing that I love touching on is the local partnerships. I can't emphasize this enough. I think that has been one of the biggest priorities that I've placed in myself, to really establish local partnerships, because that's how you have a strong community, is collaboration and community partnership. So it's been really cool. These are only a few of the local partners that I've worked with. There's even more. All of them are in the environmental realm, so we collaborate often and very, very well. So that's been really fun. And also sharing resources. Some of these people have been doing this for years, so it's been really awesome to kind of have that as a resource as well, since I was the first person to be in my position. So people that have been doing Ed and Outreach, they do have a lot of tips and tricks. Ellen was right before me. She's been a great resource, and we're not even working for the same entity, but we collaborate because we're all part of the same community. And another thing that I like touching on is promotional material. That's another big outreach component. So as you see, we had some giveaways out there and everything. And I think it's very awesome to see all the different types of giveaways we had here today. I thought were pretty cool. They were very useful items and very relevant. They kind of all had to do with what the message you're trying to convey. And also, for me especially, being an environmental educator, I want to promote sustainability and eco-friendly options. So making sure that we're contributing to material that won't just be part of the problem, become litter, become more trash, stuff that can't be recycled. Just trying to minimize that as much as possible. You can't do it all the way, but just being more mindful in what we choose to have as an outreach material. Also trying to select eco-friendly materials. So there's a lot of recycled, like made out of recycled plastic items that I've been able to find. Some lunch boxes I got are made out of plastic water bottles. So it's really cool to be able to have that kind of integration of my messaging with items that I'm giving away. And then also, when possible, trying to shop local. So there's a lot of, mostly for t-shirts, for example, we do a big Earth Day event, and in the past there has been use of like Vistaprints or big commercial online businesses, but I really wanted to kind of keep it local and work with local makers to have that one-on-one connection, but as well contribute to the local economy. And it's usually honestly less expensive, which is sometimes surprising because people think that local is sometimes more expensive, but it was actually significantly less expensive to work with local vendors. So something to think about and keep in mind, and what I keep in mind. And again, sustainability initiatives, that's kind of a big part of what I have been trying to promote in my role. Developing hands-on workshops for the community, having more in-person activities for them, I think is really important and beneficial to kind of keep the morale high with the community and being able to engage and learn and do things. I learn by doing, so I like facilitating things that you could do. Also, hosting informational events. So I'm currently running a library series, going to all the different libraries throughout the county on a variety of rotating topics that have to do with environmental things. So just making yourself available, providing the opportunity for people to get educated and learn that want to, I think is really important. And also other types of sustainability projects that I will get into in the next couple slides. And there you could see pictures of some of our composting talks. The picture on the top left corner is a stormwater event that we had celebrating Stormwater Awareness Week, and then other examples of sustainability initiatives, environmental initiatives. So for Public Works, it's been really fun. We have a really awesome department and a really awesome crew, and everybody really does see the value and importance of environmental choices and being aware of our environment. And some of the examples of our projects that we've worked on is office plastic film recycling, single-use plastic-free Earth Day event, Public Works plastic bottle elimination project, working on the plastic bag ordinance modification committee, and then also having eco-friendly giveaway items. So here are some pictures of the different types of initiatives that we had. If you've noticed, a lot of them have to do with plastic, because plastic is one of the main sources of pollution in our waterways and in the percentage of litter that we find on our roadways. So that's why we're kind of really dedicating a lot of effort on that topic, if you were wondering why. But you could see here is on the left side, you'll see the office plastic film recycling. So I started this up at the office because there's a plethora of plastic film because everything comes wrapped in plastic. and that's some of the worst plastic because it's a lot harder to recycle. So I researched a program by Nextrex that they take the plastic film recycling and they regenerate it into Trex decking. If you're familiar, it's a composite decking. It's really cool because it takes specifically the plastic film that's stretchy, and that's the only type of plastic that they can use to make that composite decking. And I just drop it off at certain drop-off sites however often it gets full. So that's kind of a cool way that we're minimizing plastic waste in the office. The next thing is our Earth Day event that we had in last spring. I really wanted to try and be mindful about ways that we can make it more eco-friendly. And kind of what we arrived at was trying to eliminate the plastic bottles used. So as you can see, we have canned water that we were able to send out in the field for people picking up, making sure everybody was hydrated. It's important to have water. But then at the ceremony event, which is a given place, we had the aluminum cups that you see here. And that's aluminum is way better, a way better recyclable material. And then also a lot of people love them and they took them home and they're like, I've been using this and hand washing it over and over again. So it's cool to see that when plastic cups, they would have just been single use, thrown away, not able to be recycled, because those are usually a different, not a 1 or a 2 plastic, but one that is not recyclable. So that was pretty fun to take on. And then another thing was the Public Works plastic bottle elimination project. So us as Public Works, we have a lot of field crews, and of course all those field crews are working outside in the heat when it's really hot here, going through a ton of water. And I think we estimated that we would go through at least 18,000 bottles of water a year. And simple as just bringing up the concept, I mean, not as simple, it went through a process, but just coming up with the idea and being willing to follow it through, we were able to get everybody reusable water bottles. And cool part was they're made of 90% of reclaimed stainless steel to make the water bottle. And then also retrofit trucks and all the field crews that needed that travel in groups with the big refillable jugs. So they had the reusable water bottles that would keep their water cold, but then they would also be able to refill it throughout the day with the bigger jugs. And it was really awesome because it really made the crews excited and interested in it, because they're like, oh, we're getting a free water bottle, which is cool to incentivize in that way, a cool, shiny use of it. But also I had a whole educational component on talking about the impact of microplastics and how we consume that in plastic water bottles, and also just the amount of litter that we see on the roadways that are plastic water bottles as well. So that's pretty cool. And other things that I talked about was the plastic bag ordinance planning committee. So I've been working on that. Juliana's in the back. She has or will be doing a presentation on that already. But working on that and just showing collaboration is really important, and helping supplement these efforts that will benefit the county overall. And then also the eco-friendly giveaway items, so being mindful of the items that we're purchasing. And there you could see an umbrella that I bought for giveaways, and that's made out of repeat, which is PET #1 plastic. So it's cool, it has that little icon that shows and educates people this is made out of old water bottles. And some of the steps to make it happen, as I outlined here, is just observing. So observing points of improvement, noticing where there could be improvement. And then from there, you get to research, which is the steps that I took. So I researched and tried to see better alternatives to make it more sustainable and more environmentally aligned. And then workshopping, collaborating with your team, collaborating with others, bringing ideas to the table. All of these initiatives were done in collaboration with my supervisors, other people in our office environment, and it's really cool to be able to kind of solve problems together because two heads think more than one. So I think that's always important to collaborate. Number 4, my whole job is this, but it's so important to educate and explain the why to people so that way it resonates better with them, and sometimes it keeps it going longer. And then number 5, of course, the implementation and following through of the project. And then lastly, always making sure to follow up. And with these projects, like for the Public Works plastic water bottle elimination project, I've done a couple follow-ups, and there's been a few tweaks that we've done, like looking into getting different water fill-up stations that we didn't have before, little things like that. It's always important to follow up on these projects because concept and trial is one thing, and then reality is a different thing. But it's cool to improve upon that. So that's an important step. And then just in general, to summarize everything, just talking about the importance of environmental education. I've kind of touched on this already all throughout the presentation, but it's just exciting to be able to develop these programs in order to kind of drive change in the community and to like push different perspectives to people that they may have not thought of before. Also, just the increased awareness. You can't fix what you don't know, so it's important to kind of put information out there to get people informed. And like I said, it's really important to be able to instill systems thinking, just helping people sometimes think in the whole problem rather than the little components, which sometimes is hard. At first, I had to learn to do it. I learned in school to do that, but it's really neat to convey to people that there's not just one part of something. It's a whole picture. So that zoom out effect. And then just also suggesting different ways to live a more sustainable lifestyle that will benefit personally you, because it's pretty cool and there's innovative ways of doing it, but also the community and environment as a whole. And then lastly, all of this is very important to do and all of that, but it's also super important to track it. So tracking outreach is crucial because of the compliance factor of my role, having to report to the state, but also just being able to be organized in order to collaborate with others, and then being able to adapt and learn. So being able to note things for 1 year's festival, this worked well, and then the next year I may forget what happened last year. So having that note in there for the following year is very beneficial, and I've used that a lot. And the way that I do it, it kind of developed first. It was just an ongoing Word document, but it was kind of hard to go through that. So I developed a outreach tracking Microsoft form, and that's been like the best way of tracking my outreach. And that is all I have. Hopefully got through it. I know we're reaching the tail end of the conference, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any. If not, then here's my contact information. I would love to, if you have any questions at all, I would love to answer them. Any suggestions, any resources that I can help with, I would love to. So please reach out. Thank you.
All right, the last speaker of the day. So that's a good thing, bad thing, but hopefully for this, I just want to give a few words what it means to be here as part of today. And first of all, thank you to everybody, one, that's here, participants. If we didn't have participants, we wouldn't have a conference, so thank you for that. Thank you for all our sponsors. We had a whole list of sponsors that were here throughout the day, a whole talented group of speakers that you've got to listen to, and most importantly, those who've planned it, both here at Beaufort County and APWA, so thank you very much. Before we close, though, I wanted to pause and just look around this room a little bit. I know it's not quite as full as it was earlier, but with everybody that we've had engineers, stormwater professionals, equipment operators, environmental specialists, planners, broadcasting's been with us all day long, and our administrator. All gathered here with one thing in common: a desire to serve. And not just to work in public works, but to serve the public. And that in itself is pretty special, and it's worth something celebrating and protecting, because public works is, in its purest form, public service. And Simon Sinek, he once said that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And that is true for public service. Most people see roads and drainage and infrastructure, but we see relationships. We see the mom who can safely use a reliable road to get her son to school. We see a family that can be saved from no longer their house flooding after a stormwater project was implemented. We see an elderly couple or an elderly person who can now walk their sidewalk after a repair project had been made. And what we do every day isn't just about the concrete or the asphalt or the pipe. It's about the connection. Public works, at its core, is humanity. And because there's something innate in all of us as a desire to belong, to connect, and to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. And public works just happens to be the profession that gives that desire a visible form. We build belonging, and we want what we want to see in the world. Every department that was represented here today, the stormwater, roadway, environmental, engineering, all of them have different projects and different technical expertise. But the why behind each and every one is remarkably consistent. We make communities work. We make communities safe, and we make communities possible. And in a time when so many people feel disconnected with their government, you, everybody in this room, the people of public works, are often the people that bridge that connection. When a citizen calls, it's not because they want to talk to a system. They want to talk to somebody, a person who cares, someone who will listen, someone who will fix their issue, and someone who will follow through to see that it's done. And that is exactly what public works does. We turn frustration into trust, and we turn problems into progress. Leadership's not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in our charge. That's what today's sessions have all been about. Whether you're learning something new about infrastructure funding or environmental sustainability or in emerging technologies, every topic's tied back to people. And we are stewards of our community resources and most importantly, our community's trust. And that's a responsibility that we inside Public Works do not take lightly. And that's why the conference like this matters, is because iron sharpens iron, and we grow better as we learn together. So as you leave here today, don't think that this is the ending. Think of this more as a relay, that where knowledge and purpose are passed forward. In the world of public works, we all know there are no red carpets, there's no spotlights, they're just people, often unseen, often unappreciated and unthanked, quietly keeping our communities running. But let me tell you something. When the storm passes and the roads are clear, when the lights stay on, when the drains hold strong, that's when a family feels safe in their neighborhood. And that is exactly the signature of public works. So that's the mark of a public servant who understands their why. So thank you. Thank you for showing up, not just here today, but every day inside of Public Works. Thank you for leading with integrity. Thank you for building with purpose. And thank you for serving with your heart. Because Public Works isn't what we do, it is who we are. So thank you, everyone. Safe travels and happy Halloween.